Thank you. Grab a seat. And also please know that there are plenty of available seats in the front. I know you like to flock in the back there as in a student auditorium, but there's plenty of available seats if you want to see the speakers even better from up close. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you. You may know that since 1996, the trade union movement has marked every single year the International Workers' Memorial Day, and that is exactly what we will be doing today. We remember all those who have lost their lives or got injured as a result of their work, and I think it is important to underline that. This is not just a symbolic conference, as you will see. We're really going to pull up our sleeves and get to work, and we will involve you in that work as we try to do. Last year, and I see many familiar faces here today, but also some new faces, that's wonderful. But those of you who were here last year remember that we were then focusing on the health and safety of workers affected by psychosocial risks. I can also reassure you that both at the level of the ETUI and the ETUC work has continued also on the issue of psychosocial risks. But in this year's conference, we will be focusing on a different aspect, namely the health and safety of those suffered as a consequence of climate change, which is, of course, as you know, even just from following the news and the media, increasingly shaping workplaces and affecting workers across a variety of sectors. And that sectoral dimension we will also hear about today. So I want to keep it very short and then hand over to our head of unit, Demi Theodori. Just to flag, I think is important, throughout this conference, this is not just a technical one. We indeed commemorate those who have lost their lives, those whose health has been compromised as a result of a changing climate, and it's happening here and it is happening now. These risks are becoming more and more frequent, and they call for action. So today we will be listening to researchers, we will be listening to policymakers, trade union representatives. We'll have a final panel at the end where we'll also be reflecting about ways forward, because we do believe that we can, as a trade union movement, make a difference. That being said, I am happy to pass on to Demi, and I want to already say that I'm very happy to have Esther Lynch with us today. Welcome, welcome, Esther. Demi, over to you.
And Andreas too. Yes, of course. Okay, good morning, colleagues and friends. And I also would like to share a few words with you, because Workers' Memorial Day is not only a part of our institutional calendar. For me, it's also deeply personal. It's a day that asks us to do something very simple and difficult at the same time, to remember the workers who didn't come home. And we like to speak in figures, in numbers. We like statistics and we like indicators. But remembrance begins elsewhere. It begins with a name and with a face and with an empty chair that stays empty long after all reports are written. In my family, we have lost a person very dear to us to blood cancer due to occupational exposure. And there was not a single accident or a single moment you can point to. The illness arrived very quietly and long after the exposure itself. The body, her name was Irini, remembered what no report could ever capture. And a lot of occupational deaths are like that. They arrive slowly, they are invisible, they are delayed. And work leaves traces before the society recognizes them. And I remember also something else. Something I was taught in another crisis a long time ago. I was younger and I was told by an old person that, you know, crisis always hit the most vulnerable the hardest. I should not be surprised. This was a simple fact of life, and it was presented to me like maturity and wisdom, and I was at that time deeply, deeply troubled. And I realized that I'm now roughly the same age as this person back then, but I have not grown into this kind of pragmatism. I still don't believe that inequality is natural, or that the ones who are exposed to most vulnerabilities should pay the highest price when crisis arrives. Workers' Memorial Day exists because we refuse to accept this kind of logic. Climate change confronts us with a choice. It is not happening outside the workplace. It enters human bodies through work. Heat exhausts construction workers and delivery workers. Smoke and polluted air settles in the lungs of outdoor workers and firefighters. Floods and storms expose workers to chemical risks during cleanup operations. And changing ecosystems bring quieter but very serious dangers like vector-borne diseases, microbial exposure after floods. Slowly changing the occupational health across Europe. Because we like to speak about climate change in planetary terms. We speak about trajectories and targets and degrees, but its reality is much more intimate. It's a heart beating too fast in extreme heat. It's fatigue that turns into an accident and anxiety carried home after responding to yet another disaster. Climate change becomes occupational risk, and occupational risk becomes human loss. And what this conference makes very clear is that occupational safety and health must evolve. We cannot keep environment and work separated. If we want to protect workers and work, we need to adapt the workplaces to climate change, because prevention is the best memorial. Still sometimes very often, a very peculiar argument that employers cannot be held responsible for the impacts of climate change on workers because employers cannot be held responsible for climate itself. But people, this is not how occupational safety works. It has never worked like that. Employers are not responsible for gravity either. Still, they have to install guardrails because responsibility begins when work creates exposure. So we say very often, it's a nice sentence, workers are on the front line of climate change. But perhaps it is much more accurate to say that they are inside it, they are breathing it and enduring it and carrying its risks every working day. And Workers' Memorial Day reminds us that this kind of risk, occupational deaths, are never inevitable. They are the result of choices, collective choices. They are political choices, economical choices, and societal choices. We have the science, we have the knowledge, we even have the collective experience. What remains is the courage to resist this kind of resignation. So, if we want to remember the dead, we have to protect the living and to make sure that history is not asking once more from the most vulnerable to pay the highest price. So thank you for bearing with me. With these words, I'm very, very much pleased to invite the General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation, Esther Lynch, to officially open this conference. And after her intervention, we will have a few moments to collect your questions and reflections and give space for a brief exchange, keeping in mind the busy program ahead of us. Esther, the floor is yours.
If I may, just 3 seconds. There is interpretation available in 4 languages, English, Spanish, French, and Italian, in that order, 1, 2, 3, 4, in the little headsets that you can find in the end. And also I need to flag that this whole day is being recorded and will then be available as a resource on our website. That being said, over to you, Esther, please. Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks, Demi, for that very powerful introduction to really explain what we really all come to discuss and talk about and the reality. I want to begin by saying thank you. So I want to thank everybody who works every day in our trade unions, in our workplaces, as our health and safety experts, to to really do life and death work. So like, it literally is the difference between life and death for workers. So I want to thank you for that. I particularly want to thank my ETUC colleague, Confederal Secretary Julio, Nacho, Dimi in the ETUI, Bart in the research, and everybody who's worked to bring us together today to do and to help trade unions do what we do best. We organise to win a better future. And that's what we, as trade unionists, have come to talk about. How are we going to organise to win a better future in the context of climate change and workers' health? The figures are clear, as Demi said, that since 2000, heat-related workplace deaths have risen by 42%. Now, that's not a warning sign. That's a crisis already underway. So this is not something that we need to prepare for. This is something we're already experiencing and being hit by. And yet we see time and time again the response is way too cautious, too soft, far too reliant on guidance, awareness campaigns and voluntary measures. Climate change isn't voluntary, and neither is exposure to climate heat for millions of workers at the moment. And still, legislation isn't matching this reality. There's no clear binding rules on heat, no consistent thresholds, no obligation to stop work when temperatures become dangerous that workers can rely on with confidence, and entire sectors we hear from our trade unions, agriculture, transport, domestic work, fall or partially fall outside of protection. So this is also the gap that we must work to close. We know that without binding rules, protection depends too much on where you work and for whom. It's not acceptable. Health and safety is a fundamental right, so we need to shift the approach to push for guarantees. So, as I said, clear temperature limits that are adapted to the work that's being done. That means risk assessments based on real heat indicators. It means mandatory breaks, access to water, shaded rest areas, and the right to stop when conditions become unsafe without losing pay. Because nobody should have to choose between their health and their income. Also, I noticed not appearing on my list, and I said actually that's a mistake when I read the speech this morning. It's also access to toilets. Because if workers don't have access to toilets, they won't drink the fluids that they need. There was a death I looked at last year for a street cleaner, a woman who, and it was in the Heat Islands, and I said, bet you anything, a role that played in that, because outside workers often don't have access to toilets. And we all know it's the practical things like that that are life and death issues. Too many policymakers sit in their comfortable offices without even thinking about those things. And I think that's the real value of trade unions highlighting the reality. Now, it also means that we need to make sure that employers, every employer, is planning ahead, because heat waves can't any longer be seen as an exceptional event that nobody had any clue was going to happen. They're predictable, and deaths from work-related heat in those circumstances are preventable. And every employer should be required to have a prevention and adaptation plan in place so that no workplace is caught off guard when extreme temperatures arrive. And in particular, where there are pregnant workers in the workplace, there needs to be a specific risk assessment done for pregnant workers. That is an absolute, because heat is more dangerous for pregnant workers. Now, I also say that the same applies to other climate risks, and I know that, Demi, you mentioned that too, the firefighters. But we also saw in Spain that the flooding and some of the deaths, that there was no real plan or understanding by employers as to when people should and shouldn't be sent home in the context of flooding, those severe floodings. So what we need to make sure is that workplaces are properly prepared with clear emergency plans, training and protections in place, so workers are not exposed when those types of climate events happen as well. And I think that's a real role that the ETY can help our unions with, is understanding the types of measures, and I look forward to hopefully getting more information about that, because I think that is something that to help unions to negotiate those preparedness plans in the context of climate, because we can't just be having preparedness plans for defence purposes. We need to make sure that there's preparedness plans for climate. I'm also concerned that some employers seem to be trying to rely on general weather data, so they look up their phone, weather in Brussels, and that they're relying on that. And we need to really reinforce through a much more public awareness that we need workplace-specific risk assessments affecting the real conditions that workers are facing. If it's inside a warehouse, if it's on a roof, if you've got heat islands, if it's physically demanding work, if you're out in the sun, but equally the fact that you're inside a building doesn't necessarily make it safe either. So we really need to have much more, and I know all of you are very aware of that, but we need to make sure to get that information much more out there. Then we also need to look at how workers organised in practice. I still see workers wearing very heavy winter grade uniforms, and I also see strict dress codes that are simply not adapted to the heat. And the strict adherence and requirement for strict adherence to those rules can cause increased heat stress and put workers at greater risk. And I sometimes think that this is simply about the employer wanting to have their logo being worn on the jacket of the person, rather than, it's not appropriate not to have uniforms where uniforms are required and where a dress code is enforced. It needs to be adapted to the heat. And that's why we need to make sure that clothing, equipment and work organisation are also part of our demands. But heat, we can't just think about this as heat making workers ill. It does make workers ill, but it also makes accidents a lot more likely. I know myself, when it gets hot, I can't think straight. Really can't think straight in the heat. And I have a job where I sit down, but I can imagine how, when concentration drops, fatigue increases, your reaction times become slower, that you could have a job that would normally be called a demanding job, but in the heat it can very quickly become a dangerous job. And so we need to seek to apply all of the safeguards around dangerous jobs. It can transform, as I said, one type of work into a whole different category of job. The fact that the human being is trying to do it in the heat. So our commitment, our dedication on Workers' Memorial Day is to get clear obligations on employers, is to get guaranteed rights for workers and for trade unions, so that we can close the long-standing gaps in our health and safety laws. We will use the Quality Jobs Act to do that. The Quality Jobs Act, the second stage consultation, is coming out in a couple of weeks, and I rely on all of your help to make sure that the reply to that consultation calls for legally binding measures to protect not only the psychosocial risks that we focused on last year, but also on heat, so that every worker is covered, including those working in private households. And that there's a particular focus on older workers, pregnant workers, and those in precarious jobs who are all too often unable to say no. So the science is clear, the risks are here, workers can't wait, and the Quality Jobs Act must live up to its name. It must give rights, it must place clear obligations on employers, and it must mean safe jobs. And that absolutely will require legally binding measures on heat and climate protection at work. So we're not looking for this tomorrow, We're looking for it in 2 weeks' time in the reply to the consultation on the Quality Jobs Act to secure all of those legal rights. And I thank everybody who works every day to bring about this safe work in their workplaces today. Thank you very much. Back to you, Barbara.
Thank you very much, Esther. And as I said, we would like to take some questions and reflections from the audience and give space for a brief exchange. So if you have questions for Esther, please come forth. It was very clear.
Stunned silence.
It's very early in the morning. Nobody dares.
Don't be shy, people.
So, yes. Here's a person, Günther. No? You didn't want to? No? I'm sorry. It was a trick. It was not a trick. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
It's very okay, I think. Esther?
Sure. There is a question.
There is a question.
Somebody needs to break
Just
it.
to give you a question, I'm from Australia, and I'm not from a union background, but I've worked closely with unions. I've got a work cover, workers' insurance background. I just wondered how much you work with other countries around the world and learnings from them and sharing what you're doing, which sounds good, especially with all the research that you do.
If I remember from Australia, it's 38 and out the gate. Is that Australia?
I'm not in the health and safety. I'm
Yeah.
kind of more in the injury management side of things. But
okay.
I know that there's a lot going on in that space and has
Yeah.
been for a long time because we have issues with heat that are only
Yes.
kind of coming
Yes.
out now here.
So, for sure, we work not only at European level in the ETUC, but we also have very close contacts with our brothers and sisters around the world, and for sure learning from each other, sharing the science that we have, but also sharing techniques that we know work, whether it's collective bargaining techniques, the way in which we can build bargaining agendas, because we also know that things like the organisation of work has a huge impact on health and safety at work. So yes, we do work very closely with the international colleagues. I also know that the ETUI has a strong network as well. Perhaps if you want to say a bit about the network of researchers, it's going to be helpful.
Yes, I wanted to add to that at the level of research, and certainly when it comes to climate change, we look very much around and go beyond Europe. We have contacts with researchers all over the world, including Australia. So at the level of research, we are cooperating and looking very closely what is happening in outside Europe. So yes, I can confirm.
There's a question.
Hello, my name is Imke Danneveld. I am an intern at the German Federal Employment Agency, and we had a debate going on in the EU at the moment a lot about platform works and things like that, like extremely vulnerable workers. And I wanted to ask if there are ideas to also make sure that people who do not work in like typical employment are protected from heat as well, because I know that the workers' rights are often not actually reaching the workers that well.
I'll answer, and then we go to the other one, but to answer them. So it's a very good question, and one of the challenges thrown up by platform work and by often new types of work. So we've got this 28th company regime as well. I don't know if you're looking at that as well, but so you have these new proposals about new relationships between workers and employers. And the challenge thrown up by platform work was that the use of the technology was used to justify the idea that this wasn't the employer and you were not a worker with rights. Now, when it comes to health and safety, platform workers, everything from them being mugged to get their bike or mugged to get, what they have on their back, all the way through, to unsafe times. You won't get paid unless you, manage to travel with it. And all of those highly unsafe practices were employers were able to avoid all of their responsibility simply by saying, I'm not the employer because this is not my employee. So that was why it was critically important. We all organised together, we all worked hard, and we won. We won a piece of legislation that said that the bogus idea that these are not workers, that they're not their employees, your employees, and you're not the employer, has to end, and member states need to put in place measures which ensure that there's no more misclassification of workers. So that was why it was very important to do that. But I want to say something extra. I want to say that every life is worthy of protection, regardless of whether you're an employee or not. And there's something extra that we all need to try and do, which is to make sure that those who are putting people at risk, whether it's as their employee or as a client or as whatever the relationship is, if you have an element of control over that person, you should be held responsible. Because every life is worthy of protection. Every hour of work deserves pay, and every worker doing that hour of work, should be properly protected. So anything that we can do to make sure that there's no loopholes and no gaps, and everything isn't made so vulnerable as to being removed, I think that we should do that, and I think that's particularly important for the future. So I'm very happy that question asked from somebody who's going to be working on these things long into the future. So thank you for that question.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jan Popma, Free University of Amsterdam. I was really triggered by our Australian colleague. I have a son who studies climate science, and I said, when you want to have some leverage, you should work at an insurance company. And my question to Mrs. Lynch is, we do have a lot of cooperation with trade unions among one another and also with research institutes. But do ETUC also work or have contacts with insurance companies, particularly in the field of tort law? So,
yes and no. I have a friend who's doing a piece of research which isn't out yet, but one of the pieces of research he's looking at is he has all of the legal decisions on workers' compensation cases going back to the 1900s. So he's using a large language model, large language, LLM, to look at the sentiment of the judges over the period of time. So it's hugely interesting. But that's not out yet. I just had a little sneak preview when I went to see them 2 weeks ago, but it's hugely interesting because what it shows is that at times of recession there are different responses, and so it's just hugely interesting, and it will be out soon, and when it is I'll make sure that ETUI knows about it and maybe we put on. But if I can say how we are using that as activists, how do we use that as leverage? It's because you're right, boardrooms take seriously what affects the boardroom, and they do that in two ways. If it affects the bottom line of money, but also if there's a set of responsibilities on the directors. And I think that's why I'm very interested in those jurisdictions and what the changes were when you managed to have corporate manslaughter attached as a responsibility of the directors. Because all too often you see, in particular, the use of subcontracting. as a way that that you have with like a long chain. I don't know if there's anybody here from. I think there's colleagues here from the construction sector, and they will, I'm sure, be able to take the floor during the day. But you can have that you have workers who've been killed. Indeed, as was the case, I think it was here in Belgium, that you have workers who were killed, and then very difficult to even find who the employer is because of the long subcontracting chain. Now, the people who made the profit in that circumstance is the original contractor. And so you have all these people sitting as directors who are able to think of themselves as very decent people because they were able to look the other way. And so we need to find a way in the boardroom of tying it to the decisions that they are specifically making. So I think that is certainly a way for us to get maximum leverage in how decisions are made about the conditions in which the work will be carried out at the end of the day. The other tool that we've been using is on reporting requirements, because that is another way to make it very clear that the directors knew well. And I think that's why there's such a pushback on the reporting requirements. We see that they meet with political elites. And they have very clear conversations about how uncomfortable and how inappropriate this is, and how I don't like doing business in Europe because I might be held accountable. In a way, I'm never going to be held accountable in America. Yeah? So I think that I worry that they're managing to win almost like a culture war, which is to say that any reporting is something ridiculous and nobody at the top should be required to do that. And that it is reporting requirements that are making that are bringing about the challenges to jobs in Europe, and nothing could be farther from the truth on that. It was the lack of investment that has brought about which has set Europe back. And instead of the boardrooms being held accountable for that lack of investment, like a magician, they're saying, well, actually, it's all these rules that we have to comply with. So they're getting a double win. They're not being held accountable for the investment that they didn't make, and they're managing to use this opportunity to get rid of all those things that might mean, as a director, I will be held accountable for the decisions that I made. So for sure, we're in these are times where as the whole community, whether it's the health and safety community, the research community, the activists, everybody who cares about creating a future where work is safer and healthier than it is now, for us to all pull together and to look for those points of leverage, and where we have them, to defend them. And to reinforce them. But thank you for that question too.
Thank you. There is another slide.
Can we take? We're okay.
Yep.
2 more questions.
Yeah.
And then we start.
Yeah.
I have ETF at 11, I think.
Oui, bonjour. Alors, c'est pas une question, c'est une remarque. Je suis en français, donc.
Sorry.
I'll be speaking French.
If you could have had a headset, please. That would be great. Thank you.
Désolé.
Je vous en prie.
So, channel 3. Set it up.
You go fast. Super fast. Now, click. One, 2, 3.
Yes, that should be it.
Go.
Is it okay?
1, 2, 3. I think it works. Can you hear us? You can.
Jean-Michel
Tisser. I work for a large automotive company in France. So Jean-Michel Tisser from France. Of course, all those concerns that you have shared with us are extremely important to us. I work in the automotive sector. We've got production sites across the planet. And obviously, The main problem, in our opinion, is the fact that people understand the risks differently in each and every country. So what we need to do, in our opinion, is first ensure that people understand the risks, are aware of it. Awareness raising is extremely complicated. I work for CFDT, or I'm an employee, a union rep within CFDT, and it's very hard for us to truly establish a general and consistent level of awareness. So what we do, and I think one way of doing this, is a global framework agreement, because global framework agreements cover everybody in the same way, or at least share the same information across the planet with all workers. We've got now this global framework agreement that is based on corporate social responsibility principles, which dates back from 2013. That's when we started talking about the topic. And we established a framework agreement. We established monitoring committees, and those committees are able to collect indicators and lots of data on CO2, on exposure levels, on all sorts of aspects. Once we've got that sort of data in place, data collection system, we can share, we can disseminate it, we can raise awareness across the board. And that is when you start seeing results, I think. Thank you.
There's a real value in global framework agreements, in particular when they deal with sector specificities. It means that you remove competition on those issues globally, so that you're making sure that no employer is competing by having people working in hotter, faster, longer than anybody else. And there's a real value in global framework agreements, particularly when they're sector. However, they need to be backed up with legally binding rights. So they're very good as when you come to negotiate it. Very, very good at that. But they are not strong enough faced with an employer who says, nothing to do with me, what's wrong with you, get out there and work. Yeah, they're just not strong enough for individual workers to be able to use, and they're not strong enough if you don't have sufficient level of people within the union to have that leverage to be able to bargain. Yeah. So, but they definitely are part of our strategy. I know CFTT is doing really good work on that. I know that there's sectors here as well. I know Adam is here from EPSU, who are doing really good work, for firefighters as well. So there's sector agreements, global agreements, really, really, really useful, but on their own, without 80–90% of workers within the union able to bargain and the strength to bargain, they're just not strong enough in the face of an employer who's determined to try and make money on the back of unsafe working conditions. So we need to fight as well for the Quality Jobs Act, to make sure in the Quality Jobs Act we have the legally binding obligation on the employer to do the risk assessment, to put in place the necessary measures. And that's when the global agreements become really helpful, if the standard of what the employer is doing is not up to what's in the global agreement. So even though it might not be your sector, the fact that there is a global agreement can be usefully helpful to bring in, put it on the table. Like if you put those types of tools in the hands of experienced union officials, you put it on the table and you say to the employer, when the employer says, because the first thing employers say is, I don't have to do this, nobody does this, this can't be done. So you say, you do have to do it. Everybody else is doing it, every respectable employer is doing it, and here's how you do it. Yeah. So just having that, to have those types of, that type of information available to experienced trade unionists, it's invaluable. So I'm very much in favour of global framework agreements, of sector agreements, but I'm also aware that they need the binding legislation for all those other employers who don't, who just refuse to even speak to the union.
Thank you very much, Esther. We have to wrap up, and thank you very, very much for being with this. Very clear, but there are more fires to fight.
Exactly.
So we have to let you go.
No,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So while Esther is leaving the scene, I am now very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Andreas Flouris, as we say in Greek, who is professor of physiology at the University of Thessaly, Department of Exercise Science in Greece, and he is also visiting professor in the Faculty of Health and Science at the University of Ottawa in Canada. There is no better person to explain to you what climate change, what kind of effects it has to our health. So, Andreas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Demi. I had a different introduction in mind, but no, from my side, not from your side. Your introduction was great. But then after your introduction this morning, I felt, and because of the fact that today is Remembrance Day, and thank you to ETUI for inviting me to speak to you on this very important day. Yesterday at dinner, Michael Thornburn asked me, who you will hear from later on today, he asked me, and I didn't share, but I felt that after your introduction, I wanted to share. So he asked me, Michael asked me, why are you involved in this area? And the truth is, I am involved in this area because somebody very dear to me passed away from heat stress many years ago. And it was tragic because at the time I was writing my PhD thesis on heat stress in the same house. And I found him, I didn't know what to do. I was supposedly one of the leading experts at the time on the topic, and I didn't know how to help him. And he passed away. Within a couple of days at the hospital, we had nearly zero help from the physicians because they didn't know also what to do, how to treat heat stress. That was early 2000s. And there were no guidelines. It was a terrible heat wave that scorched Greece back then. And there were at least, within the same room that this person passed away, at least 10 other people passed away, all working age. So, Michael, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because I felt that it's important to do research in biology and physiology and work with rats and animals and look at mechanisms, but it's even more important to actually move this to real conditions and try to impact people's lives. So heat is very different for the general population than for workers, and I will come back to this several times during my talk. The reason is because heat does not impact our body only through temperature, as most people think, and this is how we treat and we alert people in public health settings. We look at temperature, but at workplace settings, there's also a number of other factors, such as humidity, such as solar radiation or radiation from hot surfaces and machinery, and also work intensity, which is very important, which you don't have often for the general population. And as a result, there's many occasions, and I will come back to this again and again, where a normal day could be a very dangerous day for somebody who is working. And therefore, the public health alerts are not really effective for these individuals. As a result, heat can have acute effects such as dehydration, heat exhaustion, heat syncope, heat stroke and death, of course, but now there's enormous amount of evidence showing that there's also chronic health effects that take years to take into effect, but there's now causal evidence that they do exist. We know that if somebody is working in a hot environment often, which means about 2 to 3 months every year, they have a very high, much higher risk for having a number of conditions compared to a person who is not working 2 to 3 months a year in hot environments. And so the risk of these conditions is cardiovascular disease, respiratory, kidney, neurological, and reproductive. So for all these health outcomes, if we work for several weeks a year, which is true for most European countries, we have a much higher risk, 2 to 3 times higher risk than people who do not work in such environments 2 to 3 weeks or more per year. And of course, heat does not only change health, it also changes, of course, health and safety. There's now causal evidence that it reduces attention, it reduces the way we analyze and judge situations, reduces our reaction times, and as a result, of course, it increases drastically the risk for accidents. So it is important to also understand that this is not something that is bound to happen at some point towards the end of the century. It is actually happening right now. In a report that I helped develop, it was published by the ILO 2024, we found that the European workplaces are the fastest heating up workplaces on the planet. So we're not necessarily the hottest, but we are getting hottest faster than anybody else. Another interesting finding was that although, of course, occupational heat stress accidents and deaths are highest in South Europe, Central and Northern Europe are rising much faster with respect to accidents and deaths from heat compared to South Europe. So South Europe is hotter, but North Europe is getting hotter faster, and the accidents are rising much faster in Central and Northern Europe from heat compared to South Europe. Across Eurofound and EU OSHA show that across Europe, 1 in 5 workers are impacted by heat. In South Europe, it's more than that. It's 1 out of 3. And of course, there are some industries such as agriculture, construction industry, and transport that are impacted more than others. So it's important to realize that climate change is already affecting the world of work in Europe and, of course, beyond. In the same report that I mentioned earlier, we showed that 130 million, about 29% of European workers are impacted by heat. And actually, I would say that this is an underestimation because ILO regions also include Russia, which means that this 29% also involves Siberia. If we only focused on, had we only did this statistic for the main European parts, it would be much higher than that. But even if we include all the way up to Siberian regions, still 29% of European workers are affected by heat stress. This leads to nearly 280,000 injuries and accidents every year, and about 230 estimated deaths. And I say estimated because we know that this evidence is severely under-reporting the true condition of the issue. This is because often, as in the case that I described in my presentation, this person did not die at their workplace, they died at home. This, of course, would not and was not reported as a workplace accident. Of course, the heat stress was caused not at home, but at the workplace. So you often have, because heat takes a few hours to develop, what we have in our body is called inertia, physiological inertia. So you have an effect happening now, but it builds up. It needs several hours to build and to cause the damage, because our body does have defenses and it can fight the condition and can try to adapt for several hours, but at some point the defenses will collapse. And obviously this can happen at the workplace, but it can happen also at home. But the question is what is the nature of this? What is the cause of it? And the cause is, of course, workplace related. So if we only look at the numbers of deaths, they're severely underreporting the issue because they're only looking at deaths that are registered as workplace deaths and as heat-related deaths. In many conditions, in many cases, this is not the case. Deaths are reported as cardiac arrests or as faintings, accidents, not necessarily related to heat, but in fact, heat was the causative nature. So a number of studies, for example, I listed here some studies in Italy and Spain showing that If you look at the epidemiological evidence and compare that to only records of heat-related deaths at work, the difference is drastic. And one of the reasons is because we're looking only or almost entirely on heat waves. That's when people are sensitized to heat. So if somebody goes to the emergency department during a heat wave, physicians are more likely to consider that as a heat-related problem. If the same worker having the same symptoms arrive at in the same condition in the emergency department a week before, a week after, it's likely that they're not going to be registered as a heat-related condition or heat-related death or injury. So also policies and mitigation strategies are activated, and alerts are activated only during heat waves. And in the same report that I mentioned earlier, 2024 from the ILO, we found that 9 out of 10 exposures of workers to heat stress are happening outside of heat waves, and 8 out of 10 accidents are happening outside of heat wave. And the reason is, as I mentioned earlier, because during work you have clothing, you have exposure to conditions that and metabolic heat that are making it more likely to happen compared to the general population. So if we only focus on heat waves, we are addressing the tip of the iceberg, 10% of the problem. We need to go beyond heat waves, both in terms of how we count the problem, when we alert people, the solutions. They have to be constant, working throughout the year, not only on a few days you know, informing people and businesses and workers just a couple of days before that. So health is, of course, the most important thing, and that's what should drive our ambition to address the problem. However, it's important to also realize that the economy also suffers, and that also impacts the labor market. After about 10 years of research, we now know that the best temperature to work in, the best environment in terms of a temperature and heat is a temperature of around 15 to 18 degrees Celsius. Beyond that and below that, you have productivity losses. And it's about 2.2% for every degree increase beyond this optimum environment. And this means that it's not only South Europe that is affected. There's virtually no country in Europe that is immune to this problem, from Malta and Cyprus all the way up to Sweden, Finland, and Norway. And we have some substantial losses. For example, in a report we published with European Commission a few years ago, we found that a number of countries are losing currently enormous amounts of funds due to this issue. For example, France, here is an example for France, is currently losing about 19.5 billion every year. And what's important to realize is that this is not healthcare costs. This is not insurance costs that Jan mentioned earlier. This is profits. So it's employers' profits. So this is actually just a small fraction of the problem. Productivity losses are actually profits that employers are losing. And one of the things we're trying to do is to convince employers that they're losing already. So if they want to do something to save this, they could minimize this loss that they're already having. This is an example from a case study that we're currently doing in 4 European countries, Cyprus, Greece, Italy, and Spain. Of course, you can see this is different quarters of the year. Of course, the summer is more impacted. And as you can see, not all regions are impacted in the same way. Some regions are impacted more than others or less than others. And as a result, of course, this leads to different productivity losses within the country. If we look at, and also within sectors, because of the nature of the job, the clothing, the conditions in the workplaces, you lose a lot more productivity, and also you have a lot more health issues in agriculture and construction compared to other sorry, I thought I need to wrap up.
Enthusiastic about what you're saying.
This then translates not only to healthcare costs, but also to productivity losses. So not all regions within the countries are losing the same. Of course, where the industry is highest, concentrated, but also the environment is the hottest, that's where you lose most. So there are some regions, some sectors that are impacted more than others. Look at, for example, in Italy here you see different, in agriculture you lose in the north, construction you lose where the urban areas are, services again towards where most of the services are located in the north, but also in the touristy areas. Currently, these 4 countries are losing 28.6 billion euro every year. And again, this is profits, this is bottom line, it's not healthcare, it's not insurance. So employers in these countries are losing nearly 29 billion every year. And they could just decide to simply invest a small fraction of that to address the issue. And this, of course, comes back to, as I mentioned before, to labor market. If we equate that to jobs, currently, all sectors together are losing about 220,000 jobs every year, equivalent, of course, of that. And of course, although we said that some industries like construction and agriculture are more impacted than others, because of the way the European economy is developed, we are a service-based community. Of course, services are impacted more as an absolute number than others. We're losing the vast majority, 75% almost of the GDP is lost in services than in other industries, just because of the size of the industry. And of course, obviously, the problem is going to get worse and worse if we do not take measures. These are different climate change scenarios. The blue is the most optimistic. Actually, it's never going to happen. And the red is probably the most likely scenario. We're already in this path, and it seems we actually may even get worse. So by 2040, these 4 countries will be losing 56 billion every year. By 2060, which is where change starts to really happen, it's like a snowball effect, you know. In the beginning, it's not as big, but then after a certain point, you cannot really stop it. So 2060, they're going to be losing 159 billion every year. And this, of course, will equate to jobs. In the worst-case scenario, by 2060, we will be losing nearly 1.3 million jobs every year. In contrast, if we invest in solutions, by 2040, we can be saving, these 4 countries can be saving, the employers in these 4 countries can be saving about 10 billion every year. By 2060, they can be saving about 100 billion every year. So almost negate climate change if we take drastic measures. And this, of course, will translate into saved jobs. By 2060, about 800,000 jobs every year, equivalent, the money equivalent to those jobs will be saved, mostly, again, on services, but also in manufacturing and significant in nearly all industries. So had we done this discussion about 10 years ago, I would tell you that, okay, we know the problem, but we can't really solve it. Well, I'm in the fortunate place now to tell you that we know exactly what needs to be done, and that's why, of course, this comes to there's a responsibility here, because if you don't know how to solve it, you can just say, you know, I don't know how to address the issue, but now we know. And here are 3 examples. There's many others, of course, but there are 3 examples I think very relevant to Europe, where a lot of information, valuable evidence-based information, is available. The first one is the report of ILO that I mentioned earlier. It has global scope, but it's very focused on Europe. And then the other 2 are 2 documents from the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety at Work, one published last year, one the year before. And these 3 documents, what they do and why I feel that they're, as I said, there's many other documents as well from EU OSHA, from WHO as well, but these 3 documents have one thing in common that I think is very important. They provide the 10 basic elements that an employer, a region, a government, or an EU or a global actor can take, the 10 basic steps to take if they want to address the problem. And these 10 are listed here, and they're listed also in detail and described in detail in these 3 documents. If you want to address workplace heat stress, even at the workplace or at the national level or at EU level, you need to, I'll just name very briefly a few. You need to first assess it really well to have an actual indicator outside of temperature. You need to provide water and sanitation. We mentioned that earlier as well. Rest, break, and modify schedules. You need to acclimatize workers to heat, especially in places like Europe. You know, in India, you don't need acclimatization because heat is there all year long. In Europe, this is not the case. This is fortunate, but at the same time unfortunate, because early in the heat season, we're a lot more vulnerable compared to, let's say, in August. That's early in the season. In the case that I mentioned in the beginning of my talk, this happened in early June, where people are most vulnerable to heat. We're not acclimatized. I'm not going to go into the detail because I feel we're already behind. So heat has the strongest signal. We know most for it, and it's the most impactful. But that doesn't mean that other climate change factors are not important for the world of work. Of course, UV radiation causes skin cancer. We know wildfire smoke, wildfires, we have more and more of them. In my country, in Greece, a couple of years ago, we had the worst wildfire in the history of Europe. Causes lung disease, floods and storms in my region as well, but also in Spain. We recently have had devastating floods. Vector-borne diseases are increasing, so we know that these cause a host of health issues for the workers, and we definitely need to address it. It's no longer outside the workplace, it's invading our workplaces. So, and this is my final slide. What do we need? Well, as we have been arguing, we need social protection floors for every worker, and the best way to do that is through legislation. We know that that's what moves the majority of the worker. Eurofound data has shown that more than 70% of workers are moved when legislation is there. Technical guidance has been available for decades, and if it was effective, then we would not be having this discussion today. Obviously, we need to take more measures. So, and with this, I will end. Thank you very much for your attention. It's important to remember that climate change is not climate change may be inevitable because we've done what we've done to the environment. So for the next decades, we will be feeling it whether we like it or not. But heat is something that we can measure, we can prevent, and we can defend because we now know and we have the tools. So this gives us no excuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for everything you have said. I think it is very clear, and especially the first one, which was a very general comment that workers are impacted differently by the same factors than general population. I'm always saying, think about drinking for work. I mean, the 8 hours a day, that would be different than having a social drink once in a week. So, yes, I think it was very clear. It is very powerful. Thank you very much. And I would like now to ask the audience to come up with their questions and reflections. We may be a little bit behind schedule, but, well, I have never had any moderation courses, so I'm happy, I'm comfortable with that. So I think we have to encourage discussion and not only apply the rules. So, people.
Good morning, everyone. Is it on? Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Andreas. Thanks to the ETOI and ETUC for organizing this event on this important day as well. I am Madalena Colombi, and I'm working in communications at the European Federation of Food, Agriculture and Tourism Trade Union. We know we've worked together in the past, and yeah, I just wanted to maybe make a remark about how FFAT's work feeds into this important debate, and also I have a question for you at the end. From FFAT's perspective, we've been calling for binding legislation since 2022, legislation that would really address heat exposure at work. Why? Because yes, I mean, before there was a great pictures of harvesters. We represent millions of workers in agriculture and tourism. The hardest hit, but also amongst the most precarious and also amongst the ones living the biggest job instability. And I think these are also the root causes why there is so much reluctance from them to speak out about heat stress at work. And from our perspective and in our advocacy, our work doesn't stop to heat, but we are also aiming to kind of address the extreme climate events. I'm thinking about hospitality workers in regions across Italy where I come from, or friends in mountains areas where snow doesn't fall anymore, and of course it puts workers and communities entirely into like economic difficulties. I am thinking about agricultural fields where there is a desertification that doesn't have just an impact on heat and workers, but also has an impact on the crops growth, and so has an impact on jobs insecurity. So for us, clearly, climate crisis is a workers' crisis, and is of course a trade union fight. With other ETUFs, in June, we are launching a model directive with an event on heat exposure at work that we're very proud of. But now the question to you, Andreas, is really, like, I think you've been very clear about what a worker that is suffering heat is also a worker that is in difficulty in producing. And so this is a concern also for the employers. And why is it that, I mean, how long do we have to wait? Because in the last couple of years, we've been having difficulties in getting the employers on board. Because the fear of the issue of productivity is also seems to be prevalent in respect of the fact that, it is an issue, and the fear of loss in productivity is already there. So how do we use this data, and how long do we have to wait until employers get that on board and jump on the same wagon? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a very important issue, and this is why we started looking at productivity, not because we were for any reason interested in economic returns, but we wanted to show also that this is a win-win, and we now have undisputed evidence on the fact that first of all, the employers are losing very significant amounts. But also we have significant data, which I didn't show, about the return on investment. So we know that the return on investment on heat mitigation, the 10 principles that I mentioned, have a return on investment of 1.02 to 1.2. What that means is that you get back, for every euro you invest, you get back your euro plus 2 to 20 cents profit for every euro you invest. And this is not only on European studies, it's based on studies across the world. So I do not know why they're not moving. And to also comment on the issue of global actions that the gentleman mentioned earlier, last week, together with Marwan from ETUI and a number of workers, we were at an ILO meeting where the global agenda was discussed, and the aim was to and the document, I think, will be published today about whether to move towards legislation at some point in the future or not. And the employers were very, very absolute about that there's no appetite on their behalf. And ILO works with consensus, so we had very little success there. However, the document is very, very strong in a lot of other regards, and I think it's a very significant win, because it's the first global document on heat stress. I do not know the answer. I do not know why they're not moving. The data is there. They're losing. I do not know. Maybe this could be food for thought in the next panels, because I think there will be some employers here. So maybe you can ask the question then.
Yes, good morning. I'm Tony Musu from the unit of Demi and Marwan. Thank you very much for your presentation. Very clear, very well, impactful, I would say. So I think it's very important to measure and try to have numbers on productivity losses and GDP losses, because we need to convince employers that they need to act. But the problem that we have in agriculture, in construction sector, is that we have many undocumented workers. And so my question is whether you have taken them into account in your calculations, and what can be done for them. Thank you.
All the data that I showed you today are wrong. And they are wrong because they are significantly underestimating the issue. We cannot take these informal workers into account because we don't know where they are, who they are, how many they are. There's no data. So no, the answer is, and that's why especially in sectors such as agriculture, for example, where there's a lot of informality, the losses that I showed you are probably many times lower than the true cost. So, but unless we have information, we cannot take them into account in our analysis. So.
So, your last chance to ask questions to Andreas. No, I mean, at this setting.
There's one more.
There is one question there.
Last question.
Hi, thank you. My name is Julia, and I'm from an organization called Supply Trace. We're an open access tool that identifies risks to workers in global supply chains. And we work with a lot of facility level audit data, mostly in Asia and also in Bangladesh and India. And I was wondering, one thing we're seeing is on the risk assessments, some of these facilities, they will just kind of like check the box. Okay, we went to this facility and we went to this factory, and it was during the cold season. So they're like, okay, heat is not a problem. So I'm wondering, how do you think, how to deal with that? So if legislation is passed, how to actually do these risk assessments so it shows a clear picture, an actual picture of what's happening at these facilities. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, this is very pertinent also for Europe. Because there are parts of the world where heat is always there, and parts of the world, like Europe, where heat is not always there yet. And that's why the essence of risk assessment is that you have to do it periodically, and you have to consider all risks. And I think a risk assessment like that is incorrect, in my view, incomplete, I would say, because whether the hazard is there now or is going to be there tomorrow, should still be reflected in the risk assessment. So I think somehow the risk assessment should, and that's why we argue that it should be also participatory, because workers would say that, would give this feedback to the employer, because they are in the front lines, as Demi said. So periodic and participatory, I think that would be, these are ways to address the issue, I think, or at least two. Maybe you have some better ones.
So, with this last question, I mean, it is not the last question. We will have plenty of time this day to ask questions to each other. But I would like to close the session and to move on to the next element of the program. Thank you very much, Andrea. Thank you for... Thank you very much, Nacho.
Oye, ¿cómo pasamos las diapositivas?
Yes, yes.
Ah, vale, vale. Que no sabía.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Yo soy Nacho, yo soy de chair de...
Hola, sí, ya te conozco de febrero, de comisiones.
Sí,
sí, me gusta mucho tu intervención.
Hello, good morning.
Hello,
My name is Ignacio.
I'm Tonya,
From
Tonya
Greece.
Novak. Hello.
I think we have met each other before.
Yeah.
I'm going to be chairing in the absence of Enrico Somaglia this morning.
It's good to see you. Thank you.
Please, thanks.
Tanya, do you think it's possible to shorten a bit the presentation to 10 minutes? Oh, okay. I will also try. Very good. Thank you.
I will show you a paper in 2 minutes to go, okay? Okay. Yes, so it's going to be 10 minutes. Hello, good morning, dear colleagues. So we are going to start with this new panel. The previous panel was really interesting, and I am positive that this is going to be as exciting as the previous one. My name is Ignacio Doreste. I am a senior advisor at the European Trade Union Confederation following the dossier of occupational safety and health under the political coordination of Giulio Romani, who will be speaking this afternoon. So I'm going to be chairing this panel in the absence of Enrico Somaglia, the General Secretary of EFAT. I am very happy that we had an intervention from Maddalena to portray the situation of agricultural workers already in the first panel. This panel is going to deal with broad aspects regarding climate change and occupational safety and health. The title is Occupational Health in a Changing Climate. Speakers are invited to limit their intervention to 10 minutes. I'm going to be very strict on that, so I apologize in advance. So I am very much excited to give to introduce firstly the speakers. We have Doctora Consuelo Chacartegui Javega. She is professor from la Universidad Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. She's going to be making a presentation on the link between the planetary health and workers' health. Her areas of research include labor law, European social law, discrimination at the workplace on grounds of sexual orientation, gender, also workplace accidents and environmental clauses in collective agreements. She's the editor of the book Labor Law and Ecology, and also the author of the book Social Security and Climate Risk, the Workplace Accident and the Unemployment Protection. And I am also very pleased to introduce you to Professor Dr. Tonia Novitz from the University of Bristol in the UK. Her presentation is going to tackle vulnerable workers and climate litigation. She's a member of the Centre for Law at Work in the University of Bristol, and her research areas encompasses labor rights, collective action, international and European trade, sustainability and migration. She is author of the book Trade, Labor and Sustainable Development. I am also very happy to introduce my colleague and friend, Dr. Marwan Labas El Genouni, researcher at the European Trade Union Institute. He's going to be presenting the good practices and example on how to deal with the impacts of climate change and occupational safety and health. Marwan joined the ATUI, as many of you know, 1.5 years ago. His research expertise tackles the link between workers' health and safety, climate change, and green transition. Before joining ATUI, he was a researcher at the Center for Environmental Law Studies in the University of Tarragona. And additionally, he has been a Fulbright scholar in the Colorado State University and in the Rutgers University. So without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Professor Consuelo Chacartegui Javega. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here in this such significant day. The International Workers' Memorial Day is for me a pleasure and an honor, and I'm very grateful to Marwan Labas El Genouni, a great researcher in this area and a very good professor. And also to Dimitra Theodori, that has a very important task in the European Trade Union Institute. So my presentation is, I want to stress these links between planetary and occupational health. I think that is very important because for us labor lawyers from the university, the starting point for labor law and social security issues is that this point, occupational health and safety at work from this environmental perspective. I think that labor law and social security law can contribute in a very significant way to promoting these links. And because this is a question of human rights, it's not only a question of fundamental rights at work, it's a question of human rights. So I think that this planetary health and occupational health are the same, are two sides, but in the same coin, because the link is the human rights that are inside all the agenda of the United Nations, and specifically the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. Health, well-being, work are also interconnected, as established the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the ILO Conventions, and the Planetary Health Commission. And in this scenario, the concept of Planetary Health Alliance gives us a lot of elements for universities, NGOs, associations, trade unions, in order to strengthen the binding legislation. So it's an alliance that conforms all types of organizations that brings together more than 500 entities and universities led by Harvard University, that it's based that the understanding on human health depends on the flourishing of natural systems and their proper management. So improving the health of people and the planet is a common objective of this alliance. And for this aim is essential some concepts, but for example, for me, the global ecological constitutionalism is a key element, as has underlined Coetzee. It has emerged as a progressive legal response to the escalating of the global ecological crisis. We need global solutions for regional solutions also. So in this sense, work is a part of the integrated governance, and is also a proposal that go beyond the planetary integrity as a good norm, as a fundamental meta-right that involve all of these questions. In this scenario, the role of trade unions in this area of health and community is very important. Unions has a long story in these issues. For example, the name of Tony Mazzocchi, I think that is very relevant in this area. And it demands binding regulations. It is true that the directive on the future, I hope, directive of occupational health, HIT, is very important, but I aspire to a regulation. Questions on occupational health are fundamental rights, are human rights at work, and it deserves more binding regulations in the sense that the efficacy, the regulations are essential in this area. So it is important also to take into account the intersectional perspective. Why? Because we are in a complex world in which gender, age, disability, sexual orientation demands this kind of methodology that face these problems in a more integrated way. In this sense, the interactive binding effects of planetary health connect in a very strong way with the legislation of human rights. It has a lot of advantages. For example, it facilitates an interactive multi-level perspective. for example, in the case of Spain, that I have mentioned here with the Spanish Constitution, we can build such a body of law with different transnational, regional, and national elements that contribute a lot to create the legislation that we have in this moment. In the last events as flooding, heat, etc., it has facilitated a lot this legislation in Spain because we are interconnecting all these elements. In this area, it's also important the Sustainable Development Goals as an hermeneutic criterion in order to build this robust foundation of human rights law in this area of occupational health and occupational legislation. So in this area, I want to stress the positive obligation of the state to provide the access to the essential information. It's very important because the transparency for workers in all this scenario is taken into account in this resolution. It's a resolution López Ostra versus Spain of the European Court of Human Rights that put in value this question of the key question, the crucial element of the transparency in order to give the representatives the information to protect workers in this area. So, as I have only some minutes, I want to only give you keywords in order to arise the main elements that the jurisprudence has used in order to strengthen the rights of workers in this area. There is a dialogue between courts, and I have selected some examples in the European Court of Human Rights and also the European Court of Justice. What about the European Court of Human Rights? So I think that there is important, or there are important elements in vulnerable groups, and here I stress also this dimension of intersectionality that I mentioned before. So also in preventive measures and occupational health. We have here, for example, the resolution Cabanocciolo or Faldelleva that underline the need to protect the workers in outdoors, but also indoors, that in general, the indoors are there are jobs that are occupied by women. It's a question that the gender perspective is very important. For example, in this resolution, it is also underlined the eco-anxiety as an element that could contribute to diminish the health of workers. For example, in the aggravation of illness, the chronic diseases that are aggravated with the heat, or, for example, the serious and imminent risk or danger that is also inside these kind of resolutions, or the violations of the right to a fair trial in connection to these questions as the Kanji judgment, or even the importance of environmental protests that are in the last one. Finally, the occupational health and human rights are also inside or regional judgments through the European Court of Justice. And here I want to stress overall the need of environmental integration in all the union and policies and actions. Also, I want to stress this jurisprudence of mandatory suspension of operations. Workers have this right to stop when these are the conditions are not the.
Excuse me.
Yes. And finally, the definition of pollution and protective equipments. Here you have the conclusions. More occupational and human health, more corporate liability, and more human rights in connection with Sustainable Development Goals as hermeneutic criteria. Thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Really interesting. We are going to give the floor now to Professor Tony Anovich, Vulnerable Workers and Climate Litigation. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me to join these important discussions. Is this PowerPoint? Oh, wonderful, great. And to commemorate the International Workers' Memorial Day. The illustrations on these slides are taken from street art from Bristol and other parts of the world because I think they speak to ground up voice and protest. So I realize that I need to be brief, so I will make a start. When we consider workers' health in a changing climate, where does vulnerability fit? So my starting point is some collaborative research with Marwan, and we've considered green transition and climate change impacts on workers' health and safety. We've identified individual risks and collective responses, and the risks are, of course, personal, individual and socioeconomic characteristics, sectoral, which we've also discussed already, concerning exposed economic sectors such as construction or agriculture or platform work, and territorial, geographically differentiated climate impacts across regions. And building on Marwan's research relating to these risks, we've argued for the participation of those most affected, the most vulnerable, to engage in health and safety mechanisms for their improvement. In this short paper today, I want to map these intersectional risks onto the concern in a climate change context with vulnerability and build that case for participatory engagement. In this way, I'm trying to link together some of the older academic literature and labour law on vulnerability together with more recent observations in environmental climate change litigation. Now, it's worth recalling that concern with vulnerable people and vulnerable groups is built into the Paris Agreement of 2016. There are many examples, but I'm just highlighting here the recitals in the preamble, and also Article 7.5. So in the preamble, you see a response to particular identified vulnerable groups, and that makes sense in terms of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous labour, communities, migrants, children, people with disabilities, but also people in vulnerable situations, which I think have to be taken to include work. And we see that feeding into Article 7, paragraph 5, where again there is this discussion of vulnerable groups and communities, but a stress on participatory mechanisms. And we see this built up in the recent COP30 Just Transitions mechanisms and a reference to work, all types of work, all kinds of work, and the ILO Just Transitions Guidelines of 2015. So there's definitely a connection here. There's reference also to the vulnerability of certain states, developing country parties, but I can't focus on that now with you. Now, the ILO, of course, has played a considerable role and directed concern towards vulnerable employment. And you see that in the older work, the policy work of Guy Standing and others. But vulnerable employment has not received that much attention directly in the ILO. We see it built in to one of the 4 indicators for the decent work target in MDG 1, and then again in the 2030 agenda, which refers to the needs and voices of the poorest and most vulnerable, and the idea in SDG 8 of decent work for all. So that preambular statement that no one is to be left behind. Now, SDG 1 refers to social protection for those who are vulnerable or in vulnerable situations, and you see that in the ILO World Social Protection Report of 2024 to 26. But there's no reference to vulnerability in SDG 3 on health or even SDG 13 on climate change, which is an odd omission. But I think this is built in through SDG 16, which again is participatory. It's about transparent institutions. It's about inclusive and representative decision-making and fundamental rights, including freedom of association, and the UN Special Rapporteur has said that has to include collective bargaining and the right to strike. So the International Labour Office in Time to Act for SDG 8 said this kind of participatory engagement through collective bargaining and social dialogue is going to be enabling of all the SDGs, including, obviously, SDG 13 on climate change. What is perhaps worrying is that the ILO Global Strategy on Occupational Safety and Health in 2024 and the Plan of Action really only briefly mentions climate action and vulnerability. I know there are huge political pressures in the ILO against doing more. But it is possible for the EU and member states, and in fact states throughout the world, to actually do more. So the significance of vulnerability as a concept is evident in recent climate change human rights litigation. Cello, my colleague here, has already spoken to you about the ways in which the Swiss elderly women's case illustrates the intersectionality of concerns relating to age and gender. It's also an important case because, by analogy, we could use the same kind of reasoning related to heat-based collapse for workers. And also, this seems to give standing to trade unions as civil society organizations to take action to defend their members in this way. The Inter-American Court advisory opinion on climate emergency and human rights goes much further. It places an emphasis on the effects on those rights that will be felt with greater intensity by certain vulnerable groups. And who are the vulnerable? Well, as you would expect, they are Indigenous people, women, those with disabilities, migrants, but they also specifically include those engaged in all types of work, not just standard employees or workers, but everybody. There's reference here to preamble to the Paris Agreement, to the ILO and the Just Transitions Guidelines, and to the participatory entitlements of the most vulnerable. So the Inter-American Court is really stressing both substantive and procedural rights. Now, the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion does talk about the protection of and assistance for vulnerable states, and then goes on very briefly to mention vulnerable groups such as migrants and migrant workers. What is said, though, is that when states are acting, when they're acting on their obligations to assist other states, they have to respect the 1966 covenants. And as we know, those lay out quite extensive rights for workers and their organizations. So there is entry in that sense. Great, that's perfect. But there is no express mention of work regarding vulnerability, except as regards migrant workers. So there's a big gap in the ICJ judgment, advisory opinion. So what does this tell us about typologies for vulnerability and the need for participatory engagement? It is appropriate here probably to identify a continuum of vulnerability. Workers are always vulnerable in a subordinate position to an employer, and being at work, as was said by Professor Andreas Flores just now, makes you even more vulnerable, so it's worth noting. But these workers can also be differentiated according to their personal, sectoral, and territorial factors, which is Marouin's analysis and work. Guy Standing added as factors labour status. So are you an employee, a worker, an independent contractor? Are you temporary, permanent, platform, casual? He talked about labour circulants and migrants, both internal and external, and emphasised gender concerns. But most interesting, I think, for me, are his observations on temporal factors that occur at different stages of our life's work and the need for long-term attention to issues of health. And I think that really does chime with the work of environmental climate change scholars, for example, on food systems like Elisa Finale. The challenge is to find solidarity across diverse workers with differential incomes facing different risks. And this is where Marwan and I are advocating participatory solutions. So climate change human rights litigation is one means of participatory engagement, but it's not available usually to the most vulnerable, and it's also very costly, as the environmental scholars know. So in terms of preemptive engagement, that is what we need. We need the agency to act, we need free speech and association, we need close attention to the identity of representation, not just in the OSH processes, but in the social dialogue that sets the standards, and we need a right to strike, to make voices effectively heard, and to have protest. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. So the floor is now to Marwan de Labasel Kenuni. Thank you very much. Good practice is an example on how to deal with the impacts of occupational safety and health and climate change.
Yes. Thank you very much, Nacho, and thank you very much to my fellow panelists, Professor Chakarteg and Professor Novitz. It's an honor to be here close to these two because they have been starting the research on labor and environment a few years ago when I was starting my PhD, and I've been reading them for so many years, and their work is amazing and really informative for all that those that are starting and developing on this topic. My aim today was to give a sort of positive environment, or at least share positive ideas about how concrete cases are being tackled and good practices regarding extreme weather events. So I'm not going to talk only about heat, but also the other impacts linked to climate change and how they affect workers' health. This image happened 1.5 years ago in Valencia, in the coastal Mediterranean region of Spain, and so many issues were identified. Warning systems didn't work, a public authority didn't proceed properly, and people different citizens were affected, but also workers that were performing their work were affected. Because of that, the Spanish labor minister, and that's the concrete scenario I will be talking about, decided to come up with different solutions. Different solutions on how to protect workers that are facing those impacts that I consider positive. Nevertheless, I do criticize a lot how those tools were appeared in the Spanish context, because it's the clear example of how a country or the policymaker can be reactive. Those measures should be put in practice way before, with a more proactive approach in order to protect those workers that were already affected by the situation. The way I'm going to present the different tools is going to be really quick because we are already running out of time, but they follow the same cycle of an extreme weather event, which means before the extreme weather event happens, during the extreme weather event, and after the extreme weather event happens. So what is important, and what the Spanish Labor Ministry came up with from a preventive approach, so way before the extreme weather event happened. They have included the obligation of companies, employers and employees representatives to bargain action plans in order to put in paper what measures are going to be put in place in case an extreme weather event happens. This is extremely important because through this we're asking those that intervene in the production process to propose measures that are going to protect themselves. And I cannot think about anyone else better to propose measures than the ones that are going to experience them. And when I say that this is important, it's because it's an obligation to bargain such plans that we're not seeing right now, because it's an obligation that appeared 1 year and a half ago, but we're starting to see good examples on how to inform workers about how to proceed when these extreme weather events happen. And I use the word informed with a purpose, because if we have those plans bargained by the company and employees, we still need to be informed about them. And this happens when the extreme weather event is approaching. Workers have to know that it's going to happen. And what the Spanish Labor Ministry has done is that this right of information that every citizen has when an extreme weather event is approaching is the activation of a public warning. But how this public warning worked is with the public authority sending the information to citizens, and what has happened now is that they have added a third subject, which is the employer. Now the employer is obliged to inform, to get the information from the public authority and share the information with the workers' representatives in order to, first, know about the existence of the extreme weather event, and second, know how to proceed related to the action plan that has been bargained and other rights. But what happens when the extreme weather event is already here and we might put our life in danger? The Spanish Labor Ministry came up with the idea of a climate-paid leave. I don't know if you know it, but it has been discussed, because with this climate-paid leave, what workers can benefit is if that their life is in danger and they cannot commute to work or enter the workplace, they can benefit from a leave without losing any part of his or her salary, and when teleworking is not possible. Of course, that's a clear tool to protect workers' health, but at the same time, and now I'm talking about this binomial situation in which protection of workers should also match somehow protection of the employment relation or the business continuity. And this happens when the extreme weather event is already gone, but situations do not make possible to perform work. And that's the moment where social protection tools have to be put in practice. And the Spanish Labor Ministry didn't do something crazy innovative, because they just used a social protection tool that was put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they have modified it somehow to make possible to include those events that are happening more currently in the different workplaces. Last but not least, I will talk about promises that have not been fulfilled yet, and the Spanish Labor Ministry has also promised to adopt a regulation on climate change and workers' health. If that promise was supposed to happen in December 2025, it didn't happen yet, but I'm still positive, and I'm still waiting for that piece of legislation, because actually it would be the very first one in the world tackling that topic dedicatedly, like extreme climate change impacts and workers' health. And why it is important, and in the last part of the presentation of Professor Flores, he pictured already all the impacts that are linked to climate change, and are not only heat, but also vector-borne disease, extreme weather events, and you can actually just look at the report that he mentioned, because you have the 6 different climate drivers that are going to be impacting in an important way at the workplace. And in conclusion, and I said I have 50 more seconds.
No, 2 minutes. We need to tell you 2 minutes.
Then I will give it shorter even. That is one example. But the comprehensive approach a more comprehensive approach is needed. And when I refer to this comprehensive approach, I refer to examples of member states, of concrete countries, but also what is happening already in collective agreements. The construction sector, for example, they have been dealing with heat for so many years. We don't have to create extremely innovative ways to protect workers, but learn from what is already done. But also keep in mind that international initiatives are happening around, and they can also inform and gain from concrete examples on how to integrate that protection. And last, guidelines are key, but, and I really want to stress this idea, not enough. Employers normally cheer for guidelines because there is no binding obligation related, but guidelines are not enough and are the same employers who are saying so. EU OSHA runs a survey, Pulse, and in the last survey, which was published last year, 87% of employers put protective measures in practice if there is a binding legislation that says so. With all this in mind, we can make possible to protect workers against a reality that is becoming, a situation that is becoming a reality. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks to you, Marwan. Thank you very much to the three speakers for the very interesting content, also for sticking to the speaking time. I mean, the coffee break was supposed to be there, but perhaps we can take 2 questions and the rest we leave them for being discussed informally. We have one over there and one over there. Thank you very much.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. Only to add and complement the last speaker, that I love the presentation and the rest of both. We are from the Labour Relations Council in Catalonia. We are a social unit between trade unions, business organization, and public administration. So we work together in this kind of tools. And 2 weeks ago, we present general guidelines according to when we suffer from floods. So in this tool, we include measures before, during, and when this event has finished. So we are very close to the general lines that you share with us. And also today, it has an agreement according to the heat. So we wanted to share with you. So for us, it's an important day too. And now we are working about winds. So it will be another tool to make sure that health and safety are in the key side. And we are talking, all these tools have a value that include the views from these 3 parts that for us are really important to work. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. I propose that we take the other one and then, thank you.
Hi, I work for ACVCC, so one of the main Belgian trade unions. First of all, thank you very much for your presentations, very interesting. I appreciate that you have considered talking about a bottom-up approach of things, because I'm an environmental trainer, so I give trainings to workers about their health and environmental issues. My question to you today is how do you actually, as an international union, propose to approach this bottom-up approach? How do you actually recommend giving a voice to workers, which are, well, the main actors of all the issues we're talking about today? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I propose that the 3 of you react to these 2 very interesting interventions. Yes, Dr. Chakarte.
Thank you very much for your question. It's very important because I think that the international unions have a role very important and crucial in all of this. For example, in eco-strikes. Eco-strikes, not only as only political strikes, but also with a important value in order to guarantee the rights of workers also. So when we are talking about the interest that unions has in general, but also in the workers that are representing, this kind of abilities and competencies are very important. And in this moment in which in the International Labour Organization is discussing this matter, no? If strike is or not including in the body of law of International Labour Organization, I think that it's very important to include this kind of debates that reinforce the voice of workers in this matter. So I think that it could be a possibility. And also, of course, the social dialogue that exercise a very important role in order to implement in cascade the other collective bargaining in the sector and in the companies is also very important, because the action is very visible. It's very visible in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Marwan?
Yes. I would say that the way that, at least in myself, not as international trade, I am a member of a union, but I'm not international trade union, let's say. I work as a researcher at ETUI, and the way that we give support is through research. And for example, in the room is also with us Sergio Salas from Fundación Primero de Mayo, and together we have run research on how collective agreements are actually including heat in the content of these collective agreements, and so many pieces of research have argued about the value of this tool on how to include concrete measures to protect workers against climate change. But then when we go to the tool itself and we analyze it and we study it, and I refer to this study that I was mentioning with my colleague, we realize that the use of those tools, even if it's extremely potential, is not used enough. And the inclusion of climate change measures to protect workers against climate change consequences is an exception. And I said that because in our study we analyzed almost 600 collective agreements, the ones that have been adopted in the last 5 years, and only 1.34% had a comprehensive approach when protecting workers against heat, for example. So we do advocate for the use of collective agreements, but at the same time we show that they are not used enough. In the Spanish context, this might change now because they have been adding this obligation of bargaining action plans under the scope of collective bargaining, but it's still in the move. So that's the way that we try to help through research and the little advocacy that we can do.
Thank you, Marwan. Dr. Novich?
Thank you very much. It's a great question. I mean, I think we have to think of these things as multi-level. But my concern is that it can be very difficult for larger bureaucratic institutions to accommodate the needs of all types of workers. Now, I do see examples where that is, is creatively managed by global union federations. For example, the ITF. We're seeing transformation of global framework agreements into brand agreements, which are quasi-enforceable through arbitration, and more attention to who gets representation on forms of sectoral bargaining and social dialogue. So all of that matters. But I think if you really want women, people in certain occupations, for example, agricultural workers or migrant workers, to get voice, it has to be through greater protection of a right to strike, because it's the only way that you can get palpable attention. We've seen that with platform work and how effective collective action with platform work has been in terms of securing legal reform. I think migrant workers need that, and we need to use the kind of health and safety aims that are in existing legislation. We need to use the existing entitlement to take protest action under ILO standards to start to achieve that as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Colleagues, we are going to move now to the coffee break. It's going to be only 20 minutes, so please respect that. I wanted to say thank you very much to Dr. Chakartegui, Novich, and Marwan. It was really interesting. Congratulations. We see each other at 11:30. Thank you.
Everyone, is this working? I would kindly invite you to get some headsets, because in this panel we will have several languages, and that would Spanish. Que si no, que empecemos a hablar, la gente encantó empezar a hablar de esto. ¿Qué os ha parecido la primera sesión? Muchas gracias. Es una pasada. To everyone, we're going to start the second panel of the day. I'm going to start really on time so we can avoid that we run out of time afterwards. This second panel is going to take in a more deep manner what we have already raised, which is how important it is to listen or to hear workers' voice when we're talking about protecting them. So we cannot talk about protecting workers without actually listening to the workers that are affected by all consequences linked to climate change. And for that, we have 4 amazing speakers that are going to tackle this issue from different approaches. And I would say that we have first part which talks about workers' voice itself, and a second part in which we're going to go to a concrete legal tool, which is collective agreements, and how are they trying to include all those impacts linked to climate change at the workplace. And for this, we'll have first with us Professor Juan Escribano Gutiérrez. He's a professor at the University of Córdoba in Spain. And if I'm not mistaken, he has been the first one to talk about the environmental strike as a workers' right. And I cannot think about someone better than him to talk about the role of workers in, or the voice of workers and their legitimacy to protect themselves against the issues regarding climate change. So Juan, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you all. Apologies, but my intervention is going to be held in Spanish. So I hope that I can talk slow so that I can facilitate interpretation. I'm going to try to go a step further from the perspective of the previous panels this morning. And I'm going to try to analyze which is the role to be played by workers when drafting transition measures, climate transition measures in the company, and how to protect employees vis-a-vis potential increases in temperature, which is an important phenomenon. I come from Córdoba, the hottest city in Europe. We have 45 days a year above 40 degrees. At night, we can't go down any further than 35 degrees. So climate hell is happening already in the city I come from, and it renders it impossible to work from 11 until 7. You cannot perform any activity outdoors. It prevents from any outdoor activity from happening. So we are fully knowledgeable of what's going to happen in the short term as a consequence of the global increase in temperatures. And obviously, the work sphere needs to react. Basically, because the fact that planetary temperatures are staggering upwards is not a random consequence, but it corresponds to the fact that the current production mode in the world has given rise to this situation. So there is freedom of companies, and according to the Intergovernmental Panel Against Climate Change, this is the potential consequence, and it renders the biosphere inhabitable. So the first thing we need to do is to limit the root cause, to limit the freedom of companies. And in terms of occupational rights, we have been trying to curb the freedom of the companies, and this is the discipline that can allow us on a transitional basis to curb or limit the freedom of businesses. And we can analyze it in a twofold manner. We can structure that in twofold measures. On the one hand, participation of workers in decision-making processes in order to streamline measures that foster climate transition, and then conflict management measures, which have a bit more room. And if we analyze the legal acquis in Spain, there is no restriction from a regulatory perspective to incorporate workers' participation mechanisms by employers in environmental decision-making processes. So in our law, there is an opening for that figure. It can be incorporated. But if we analyze the collective bargaining agreements, the most recent ones, we get to see that there is a lack of existence almost of participation mechanisms. So companies are reluctant to give away responsibilities or to give away the power to regulate on these matters. So almost never can you find in collective bargaining agreements these mechanisms. It's very far between. It's very precarious. And I'm going to establish a line linking the agreements we have analyzed. The fact that these mechanisms exist doesn't always entail a conquest by the workers. The companies are really reluctant when it comes to giving away power. And when we're talking about participation mechanisms, it is some sort of trap. And we can see it in certain, especially pollutant industries, where they justify measures that go against the climate through the participation of workers. So the fact that these mechanisms exist is not always a guarantee that the company is going to be generous. When these mechanisms exist, they're really precarious. They're very scarce, and they can be divided into two groups. On the one hand, the increase of the pre-existing powers, the works councils, or the creation of specific bodies, which is the most frequent element in highly unionized industries and in companies where there is a great deal of trade union participation. But we can see precariousness in how these bodies are regulated. So there's very few participatory mechanisms, and they're usually established as a greenwashing mechanism. And when they're created, they have very few competences. In the majority of the cases, they're limited or restricted to receiving information about the measures taken by the company. So almost never are employees going to be granted a true negotiating capacity to negotiate the implementation of measures. On the contrary, the majority of the cases, they're just recipients of information of measures taken unilaterally by companies. What's usually brought on or incorporated is training measures so that workers are informed and kept abreast about these matters, where they have no vote, where they are passive recipients of priorly decided measures. They're giving training, but no guarantees are offered to the employees. And that's really important because environmental unionist actions are considered as dangerous, which is going to generate short-term damage to the company. So if you have an environmental unionist action, it can be detrimental for the activists. So it is surrounded by guarantees for the company. But these guarantees are non-existent in the collective bargaining agreements that I have analyzed. So workers take on an important risk, and there is no legal protection, no legal guarantee so that these workers can exercise these actions. And that has important consequences, and they are left unprotected from a legal standpoint. The very few cases in which the high courts of my country have analyzed these matters have not necessarily considered that the workers were right. who received retaliation by companies, and they have suffered from sanctions. They have been imposed sanctions. And there were workers that had denounced situations where weapon factories were generating important damage to the environment. And the courts considered that this damaged the image of the company, and as a consequence of that, sanctions were imposed on the workers that were environmental unionists. So these collective bargaining agreements do not offer guarantees. There are no guarantees included in those sorts of collective bargaining agreements. So as a result of the analysis of the agreements analyzed for this presentation, we can see that they're useless and they don't contribute with anything to protect the workers in order to introduce limits to the freedom of businesses, which is linked to a general trend where workers' rights are curbed. Not only in this specific matter, but in general terms, we can see that in environmental rights, the same situation happens. And if we're talking about the participatory mechanisms, the same thing applies. They use social dialogue mechanisms and not collective bargaining agreement measures, which needs to be implemented, and they opt for information rather than consultation. Workers are provided with supervisory tasks, but without guarantees. And when they bring in participatory mechanisms, they do so in a very generalistic manner. So I'm very little optimistic in terms of which is the evolution that the Spanish law is going to follow. If this is a situation taking into consideration the political features and situations in my country, I must express my concern that there can be climate naysayers that can win next year's elections. So if they are denying climate change, let's imagine how much they will deny it when they reach power. As a consequence of that, I think that the most important participatory mechanism for workers is conflicts. To be aware that by executing an action vis-à-vis the company that introduces demands for the company to introduce measures to mitigate the impact, well, that's one of the most important participatory mechanisms. I don't know about other legislations in other countries, but this is what we need to do in my country. And the alliance between trade unions, environmental organizations and political organizations standing for the environment is going to be essential in order to surmount this environmental collapse that the humankind is going to be facing. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm at your disposal if you have any questions. Thank you very much, Juan. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And from this generalistic, or general, rather, perspective of the conflict, we're going to move on to studying a possible participatory measure which is innovative. And I can't think of a better person to illustrate that than the one doing the PhD dissertation. And that's why we have Sinan Inchla coming from Turkey, who is going to talk about whistleblower from the environmental perspective.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here, actually. Thank you. Firstly, I would like to start my presentation with whistleblowing in a nutshell. Let's start with the general whistleblowing concepts. Illegal acts and ecological destruction are usually brought to light only by individuals who blow the whistle on the wrongdoings which they witness in their daily lives. Despite the uncertainties about the term, its definition, and reporting channels, whistleblowing is actually one of the most effective ways for uncovering wrongdoings. In a democratic society, whistleblowers have vital importance for ensuring transparency, accountability, public oversight, besides preventing corruption. In fact, whistleblowers detect more fraud than traditional actors such as supervisory organizations and auditors. They usually help to identify the wrongdoing early, even in cases where the misconduct would become known eventually. The very presence of potential whistleblowers in a workplace likely prevents misconduct from ever happening. As a striking example, whistleblower claims against the pharmaceutical industry recovered $12 billion from 2001 to 2011. Within the scope, ecological whistleblowing at work plays an essential role in ensuring planetary well-being from various aspects. Firstly, workers can have the knowledge and technical skills that help them to become effective internal monitoring actors regarding ecological violations. Secondly, they increase compliance with no or little additional cost. Thirdly, workers can usually learn environmental wrongdoings when they are happening and can be fast to contain or prevent a time-sensitive ecological damage. And lastly, they help to ensure that organizations are accountable for their ecological impacts and there's appropriate intervention when required. So altogether, and many other aspects as well, ecological whistleblowing at work help planetary well-being and ecological sustainability. While workers from any sector, industry and position can speak up for shaping their organization's actions related to the climate crisis, ecological whistleblowing at work is a valuable means for the prevention of occupational hazards and risks. By empowering worker participation and creating nature-friendly working conditions, ecological whistleblowing contributes to workers' health profoundly. As Environmental Whistleblowing Toolkit of Protect points out, which is a charity in the UK, acting for whistleblowers, besides climate whistleblowers in France, which is an NGO as well. Ecological whistleblowers have already succeeded in exposing and preventing environmental harm in the UK, Germany, and the USA. So we have already many benefits from whistleblowers. Despite these important contributions of whistleblowers, they often suffer severe consequences like dismissal, blacklisting, prosecution, harassment, threats, and lawsuits, besides psychological strains and suicide attempts due to their actions. Many people cannot even consider blowing the whistle because of the fear of stigma as traitor and losing everything, including career, family, house, and reputation. Too often, workers know the dangers before any damage occurs, yet they are very afraid of speaking up, report to the wrong people, or are totally ignored. I would like to propose a suitable definition for ecological or environmental whistleblowers as persons currently, prospectively, or formerly working in the private sector, including workers, self-employed, volunteers, and paid or unpaid trainees who report to internal or external reporting channels or disclose to public when they acquire information about actual or potential ecological breaches in a principally work-related context. And of course, we can add public sector and public sector workers here as well. These ecological breaches cover, without being limited to, of course, any environmental crime or ecocide, together with any violation of the legal regulations related to nature, climate, pollution, waste management, biodiversity, and energy efficiency. So we have a broad scope here. In this regard, ecological whistleblowing at work is closely related with fundamental rights, such as freedom of expression, right to privacy, right to the protection of personal data, and of course, occupational health and safety. Workers and their representatives should have the right to information about the work-related activities of employer, as well as participating in all types of decision-making at work, which includes ecological topics, ecological decisions at work as well. Also, the duty of every citizen to protect the nature is an indispensable legal basis here, in my opinion, which is regulated under constitutions or other legal instruments in many countries around the world right now. So we have already this basis. Furthermore, workers must have the duty of loyalty and secrecy in the employment relationship as long as employer has a legitimate interest. It is very important to emphasize this legitimate interest condition, of course. In this respect, workers should have the right to refuse to obey or refrain from working when employer violates the constitution, law, employment contract, or principle of good faith. The right to refuse to obey overlaps with the right to whistleblow when a worker acquires the information about a breach in the context of work-related activities. When such information is obtained, a worker may exercise his or her right to refuse to obey, right to whistleblow, or both of them. And if he or she exercises both of them, of course, the protection and effectiveness will increase. It is very significant to emphasize that when employers cause ecological degradation by their activities, they also violate their constitutional or legal duty to protect nature, abuse their managerial prerogatives, besides committing environmental crime or many crimes. So again, we have a multidimensional liabilities and aspects here caused by employers. The more ecological whistleblowing at work is ensured, the more labor rights and worker well-being, worker health and safety are protected against environmental degradation. Let's take a brief look at the regulations and court decisions on whistleblowing at work in general. We know that we have Council of Europe instruments. Of course, there is European Convention on Human Rights and its Article 10, especially with related European Court of Human Rights decisions in this case. And we have European Directive on Whistleblowers, which came into force in 2019. So we have this general framework about whistleblowing at work. Now let's take a look at the examples of legislation for ecological whistleblowing at work specifically. And firstly, we see French Labour Code here, which is a pioneering example and which is a rare ecological labor regulation all around the world, directly regulating ecological whistleblowing as the right of alert. So we have two types of rights here under French Labour Code. Firstly, we have the general right of alert and right of withdrawal and refrain from work when imminent and serious danger occurs to the health and life of a worker or some workers. And secondly, we have the right to alert in matters of public health and environment. This is a bit different from the first right, and it focuses directly on environmental matters, environmental damage risks, which is caused by manufacturing processes or products of a company or an employer. Also, in France, we see the codes on transparency, fight against corruption, and modernization of economic life, and another code aimed at improving the protection of whistleblowers. This last code is the fruit of the transposition of the EU directive on whistleblowers in France, actually, and it increased the protection and effects of whistleblowers, and it modified the French Labour Code, the general right and the right of alert in matters of public health and environment as well, with some references to the French Code number 2016. So we see that actually all these three regulations, French Labour Code regulations, French Codes of 2016 and French Code of 2022 are closely interrelated with each other, and they are an important attempt with, of course, some drawbacks, and there are some places to improve them, but generally they are regulating ecological whistleblowing at work in French law. So it is a very valuable and pioneering example. On the other hand, we see the transposition of EU Directive on Whistleblowers in all member states completed as of November 2023. Here in Belgium, there is a general code on whistleblowing, in Spain, in other member states. And this is important because those general whistleblowing codes have a material scope including environmental protection, at the same time. So this environmental protection as a policy area, as a part of the scope, is closely related with, again, ecological whistleblowing at work, and it may some effects on employment relationships as well. Now I would like to introduce some main solution offers, which I try to mention in my PhD thesis as well. This topic is a part of my thesis. So again, I would like to underline some points here. Inaction of equitable whistleblowing codes, including ecological whistleblowing, that reflect worldwide best practices and enable effective protection and enforcement is crucial. And it should be supported by court decisions, of course, labor inspectors, trade unions, NGOs, and public and workplace policies. Again, with a multidimensional aspect, of course, with many different stakeholders. In addition, campaigns and reports and activities on ecological whistleblowing at work should be promoted by the states and international institutions such as ILO. We need ILO here very much as well. Of course, E2I, we need E2I too, along with ETUC and ITUC. Court decisions on whistleblowing should be accessible, understandable, and fair. Again, here, international courts have a role to play. There must be intensive education and training about whistleblower rights by the states, trade unions, and NGOs for increasing awareness, protection, and courage, as well as for struggling against discrimination and cultural bias. Beyond the law, the functionality of whistleblower protection also requires radical changes in the work culture and mentality of various stakeholders. It is, again, very significant to underline. Economic barriers, power imbalances, and procedural difficulties should be removed for fairer and effective whistleblower retaliation cases. Collective labor agreements can also play a significant role in the robust recognition and implementation of the right to whistleblow, besides legislation. It is very important here again. Trade unions and union representatives have the potential to provide a sound and effective protection for ecological whistleblowers at work by encouraging good practices, holding employers accountable, representing whistleblowers, and raising concerns collectively. All workers must have the right to whistleblow against ecological breaches, which is exercised in a fair, effective, and transparent manner. And lastly, I believe that EU Directive on Whistleblowers can be considered as a compass for ecological labor regulation under general codes and/or labor codes with some revisions and additions. It may pave the path for many countries around the world, whether they are member states or not. It will be a successful implementation and an important inspiration. So lastly, as a result, as we are facing against time to mitigate the climate emergency, ecological whistleblowing at work is not only possible and desirable, but it is irreplaceable for the better protection and enforcement of labor rights, occupational health and safety, and planetary well-being. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Selene. It's a pleasure always to listen to you. And now we will go to the second part I was mentioning before of this panel, which is focusing on collective agreements. And for that, we'll have two amazing speakers, one focusing on climate change impacts and collective agreements in general, and a second one focusing on a concrete consequence of climate change, heat, and how it has been also included in another context. And the first speaker is Professor Álvarez Cuesta from University of León, and the floor is all yours, Senar. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Es un honor y una responsabilidad.
Thank you very much. It is an honor and a huge responsibility to be here. Thank you very much, Professor Morang-Labat, and thank you very much to the ETUI for the kind invitation. Collective agreement and CBAs specifically are an essential tool, as we have discussed this morning. they need to focus on heat waves, but not only on heat waves. They only need to focus in general on EWE, extreme weather events, which are becoming more and more extreme. They need to focus on forest fires, on spills, and also something that really concerns me, which is a hidden risk, which are vector-borne diseases and zoonosis. We have seen the effect that certain diseases are having, diseases that come from abroad and that are spreading in time, across time and space. Leishmaniasis, for instance, Chagas, the flu, Nile flu, the Congo flu, etc., etc. So these diseases need to be considered occupational diseases. However, we are not focusing on them as of today. We also need to focus on the new risks caused by mitigation measures taken to fight climate change. And collective bargaining is the best tool in order to include different perspectives that we have discussed today. They need to shed light on gender issues, and gender issues need to be cross-cutting, and also abilities or disabilities. And protection measures need to be applied to different genders, people with different abilities, people of different ages. It is very nice. These are very kind words, of course, but how do we go about it? What's the right bargaining level? Well, is it at sectoral level? Should it be at sectoral or at company level? Well, it is true that the sectoral level, general measures can be taken. They can dictate guidelines, and then they can implement procedures that can be cascading down to the floor. We were talking earlier about subcontracting because it can be a problem to adopting this type of preventive measures, and maybe if this will be the right level of bargaining, the sectoral level, so that it applies to all companies across the board. But company level bargaining also needs to focus on this so that this can be adapted to the specific circumstances of the different territories, the different companies, the different sectors at the local level. And they need to bear in mind the specific characteristics of the workers and the specific working conditions and tasks. The next question is, which activities, which sectors? Which sectors are adopting these prevention measures, and which sector should be adopting these measures? I'd like to make a distinction between mitigation clauses, that is, those that, as Professor Scribano said, those that are the sectors that pollute the most. So those sectors have adopted mitigation measures or mitigation clauses. And of course, some of these mitigation clauses are basically greenwashing measures. But anyways, and then we have adaptation measures. So those sectors that suffer the most, such as agriculture sector, the primary sector, but also the service sector. And when it comes to Spain, the tourist sector is a very important one. But the objective is to extend these clauses to all sectors. Of course, paying specific attention to workers who work outdoors. And we should focus on EWEs, heat, but also zoonosis need to be taken into consideration, because workers who work outdoors, and for instance in the primary sector, they can suffer these diseases, but also in the when they travel back and forth to the workplace, they can also suffer from zoonosis. So maybe the solution would be to reach an interprofessional agreement to capitalize and to try to put pressure and to cascade down all these measures to the local level. What are the main challenges of collective bargaining? Well, the first challenge is for these prevention measures. These prevention measures are not identified in CBS as such because there are prevention measures that are applied when it comes to distribution of working time, so the working time and in its distribution in relation to heat and vector-borne diseases. So they are scattered and they are included in CBAs, but they are not easily identified. Worker training, when it comes to mitigating this type of risk, specifically hidden risks, those are not that visible, such as high temperatures. I also believe that it's important for the workers to receive information and these awareness-raising campaigns that workers' representatives need to start carrying out. So visibilize and making these risks visible, risks associated to climate change. And we also need committees that conduct these activities of awareness raising, visibilization, information, consultation about the risks and the measures to be taken. Because these are changing all the time, and something that is really valuable today and valid today as a preventive measure might not work tomorrow because climate risks are evolving and changing all the time. A very good example, and this concerns me deeply, are vector-borne diseases and zoonosis. And I also would like to speak about structural measures. Structural measures need to be present at all times in all companies and in all sectors, and we also need specific measures in case of emergencies or EWE. So when it comes to structural measures that need to be mainstreamed and need to be included in CBAs are the to determine maximum and minimum temperatures, not general. They need to be adapted to territory, personal conditions, and activities because women and men suffer differently from heat. Pregnant women suffer differently. And also personal protective measures and dress code. And I also would like to highlight the what happens with, for instance, there are certain type of works that where it's not that visible the fact that you need a specific protective measures. Also, the fact that we need to have bathrooms, toilets, first aid kit, protective gloves, for instance, and I'm thinking in vector-borne diseases, pesticides, or insect sprays against insects. Of course, they need to be environmentally friendly. Risk detection and monitoring need to be facilitated. The identification of vulnerabilities that might appear in certain companies and prohibitions of activities, for instance, under certain circumstances. And also we need to focus on outdoor occupational health and safety vectors and zoonosis. And also this protection need to be extended to traveling back and forth to the workplaces. Finally, emergency measures, specific measures. Also, within structural measures, I have included certain measures that need to be included, but there's one that cannot be included. These salary clauses. So, like for toxic jobs, this is not a prevention measure. This is just trying to monetize health. So this cannot be included under these structural measures, this extra pay for specific harsh jobs. Now, concerning the risks that I mentioned in relation to climate transition, there's a risk of productivity, there will be mobility, geographical mobilities, collective bargaining needs to include measures to protect workers due to contract termination stemming from climate change and geographical mobility caused by climate change. Now, when it comes to emergency measures, of course, suspension of activity when certain circumstances are given. Of course, we need to have a procedure in place in order to know what to do. As Professor Marouin Labas was mentioning, workers need to know what to do at all times to protect themselves. And we need good channels of communication. So there needs to be a methodology. Also, there needs to be psychological support in the aftermath of the emergency. And also, an assessment needs to take place, assessment about how this emergency and structural measures were put in place after the emergency. And all this needs to be conducted, as Professor Scribano said, with the direct implication and participation of workers' representatives. So workers need to actually participate in this process of assessment and communication. And finally, collective bargaining also needs to include social protection measures for those who have suffered the consequences of climate change, either as an adaptation, if they have suffered a disease or an accident, as a mitigation, if their working conditions have changed. This is what needs to be done. This is more the future, but I also think that some small steps have been taken in Spain. As it was mentioned, there's an obligation to negotiate climate protocols. There are good examples of such protocols. Of course, they can be improved, but at the level of multinationals and at sectoral level, these protocols are starting to be negotiated. So this demonstrates that actually there's an interest in negotiating these types of protocols, both at sectoral and company level. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Enar, for a very good overview of what is happening at the level of collective bargaining agreements, how they need to face these risks, how these need to be introduced in the legislation. Now I'm going to...
Thank you very much, Michael. And now is time for you. So I would like to open the floor and we will collect some questions, and then we come back here to the panel so we can answer to them. Please.
Yes, in French.
Yes, thank you very much for the speakers. And the last speaker, I took good note of your recommendation. However, how can you make sure that these recommendations really are accepted? There is a lot of reluctance, especially in Europe. We have done some progress. However, today, with the Omnibus Directive, there is a setback. And we had agreed on a lot of recommendations, but the problem is very often, it's difficult to have the decision makers adopt these recommendations, be it companies, also the stakeholders, the governments, the decision makers at federal level, national level, and so on. And the governments, how can we put pressure and do some lobby work to make sure that these recommendations are transposed into legislation? And I found your recommendations highly interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a really excellent panel. My name's Larissa. I'm a researcher looking at farm worker organizing in relation to heat stress in Germany and Spain. And what I found is that migrant farm workers in these countries often feel very betrayed by large trade unions also, who are not present and often shy away from supporting conflicts in workplaces when it concerns migrant farm workers, and that it's often much smaller trade unions or movements like the Jornaleras de Huelva en Lucha or the SOGSAT union who organize farm workers but who are not part of collective agreement negotiations. So I was wondering if the panel had thoughts also on what kind of trade union strategies are needed to build power and to negotiate and enforce real measures which include migrant farm workers so that they can engage in conflict as Juan suggested. Thank you.
I would like to add as well congratulations for all the panels that we had. Indeed, very interesting. I'm Claudio Sottile from Italy, from Filcacis. It's one of the 3 Italian trade unions in construction and building materials, because when we think about construction, just building, it's not building, but we have other sectors that we have to protect, of course. About the building sector, we can say that we have, similar to Spain, what I understood for the heat stress, we have a sort of a decree that was put pressure by the trade union to the government just to reach a sort of having a special fund that in case the temperature reaches 35 degrees perceived, it means that it could be less as well because of the humidity and other things, other factors. So there is a suspension of the work and they receive no loss of money, no loss of salary. That's for the construction. It's inside some, we started to insert in the collective bargaining agreement as well. That's a national level. For the other sector, I was a negotiator a national negotiator before, and we have other sectors that are covered by the wood and furniture bargaining collective agreement, where there are producers, some company producer of yachts. So in the painting, especially in some departments, in the painting, during the summer, when we have in Italy nowadays weeks and weeks with 45 degrees in the morning and 33 in the night, it's not a difference between the north or the center or the center and the south. We have written the second and company level, I mean the second level collective agreement, when they have the shifts, just to have one shift in the morning, starting working before, and to cancel the afternoon shift, because it's very hot after 1 p.m. It's impossible to work in these plants where they have this painting department. So we try to see, just to protect workers in a better way, even, and I think that the collective agreement is the only way, it's the real way to protect better workers. In construction, we have in Italy, we can say that construction building sector is going on thanks to the migrants. We have a very high percentage from Rome to the north, going from 50 to 75% are migrant workers. In the south, it's a bit less, but there are less infrastructure, less works in the south. We as big trade unions sign, and we are a special attention to the migrant workers because we think that they are most vulnerable, and we try to support them with the heat stress and other aspects as well, like to gather even the holidays they have to reach their country, so to have more holidays during, we are supposed to have 15 days, you choose 15 days are chosen by the employer. So for them, we decide that they can choose to put all together, not in 2 shifts, but just in one, just to reach. It's just an example, maybe a stupid example, but gives the opportunity to them to go, to come back to the country of origin and spend more time with their family and their friends. And these are some cases. For the global framework agreements, we just renewed. I'm part of a delegation for inspection in building sites with our international federation of construction. I followed the works in Qatar many years ago, and there were a lot of deaths because of the heat, even if there was slavery as well. But we are continuing, and with an Italian multinational called WeBuild, now we renewed an IFA. We have to sign. The test is already agreed. We have just to sign, where we inserted the heat aspect inside this global framework agreement. Sorry, it was too long.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Or then I would. We have two questions and a comment, but I'm pretty sure that you can all react to them. So we have the first one, which was how to transfer those recommendations that you all had into action. A second one about the representativity and the protection of concrete groups of workers, such as farm workers that are not part of the negotiations, but also not included sometimes in the preventive measure, and the comment and suggestions that our colleague just made. So, who wants to react first?
Yeah, I'm happy to hop in. So I'll answer both questions. How to make decision makers accept changes. I think this is a matter for another discussion, but the consensus model seems to be getting in the way a lot with this. And so we spoke about this before. And honestly, that requires reform. And I think that, to require an absolute majority does not make sense in this day and age. I think there's a lot of creative ways that we can go about it, including regions, including population, including this, including that. It doesn't make sense to me why that would stand in the way of making change. So that's the first point. The second, more so in the, this is more in the North American context, but perhaps it applies in the EU. I think that unions should be more litigious in actually making these arguments. I think that use what exists and sue employers where there's bad behavior, or sue the government, whatever it involves. I think that is a tool that can be relied on more. And number three, there's social arguments that unions can make that I think are very much on their side. I think that corporations and largely governments, corporations function based on their pocketbook interests and as well shame. Governments more shame, but less so these days. But I think that there is the role of the union to make the case about these members and real people who are suffering. I'm more than happy to be on the side that is defending pregnant women and school children and workers who are doing agricultural work. Like, that's fine. And I think that the general public would be on that side too. So all of this involves a very, very engaged union, in my view. But I think that there are these different levers. Is it clean, X to Y? It's not that clean, but it involves actually engaging and fighting, in my view. And on the second answer, farm workers, that they feel betrayed, I think that this is spot on. This accords with my experience too. As a part of my work, I go and I speak to workers. I do field work where we actually go, and this is actually a common sentiment amongst many of rank and file members. They feel detached from leadership, and so, again, I have very, very high demands for what we should expect from unions and from union leadership, and representing people is actually, it's a privilege, right? And so there needs to be mechanisms, in my view, that filter up these voices that normally do not have voice. And there's, unions are very good at creating a committee about a committee about a committee, and so we need some committees where we can actually filter up these voices and give them real representation. And I think that would help a little bit. Thanks.
Gracias. Sí.
With respect to the first question, how to exert pressure, it's really difficult to come up with an answer, but let me answer in a very pragmatic manner. If we place a bet on the Omnibus Act of fostering competitiveness, we need to emphasize the economic responsibility to be taken on by companies if they leave aside the prevention of these risks. So it should be more costly for them to dilate the measures than adopting them. That would be a pressuring mechanism. And regarding farm workers and how to include these trade unions, I think there's two perspectives. On the one hand, and I need to resort to the regulation, we need to grant them rights so that they can exert them and they feel legitimized. So they need to feel protected truly in their actions. And I think it's essential that these unions participate not only in the collective agreements, but also so that they monitor the implementation of the collective bargaining agreements, because there are some CBAs in the farm sector that include heat exposure measures, but sometimes they're not implemented. So they need to surveil the execution of these measures and to file lawsuits when necessary. And regarding the third question, I am a firm believer in the notion of rendering decisions which have been powerful in other industries viral, so that there is a positive contagion of best practices. I'm just going to answer to the question from the German colleague regarding farm workers in Spain. You will know firsthand which is the answer. I was working for a long time at the University of Almería. The province of Almería, well, it's really difficult for trade unions to reach farm workers because farm work in Almería is witnessing a pre-right stage. There is downright slavery, and the workers are risking their lives going through the Gibraltar Strait, working at more than 50 degrees exposure in the greenhouses with direct orders to the labor inspectors not to touch the interests of the plastic farming, because it's the engine and the driver of the economy in that area. So trade unions are forbidden to enter there. And we're talking about populations that are really unstable, and the conditions are so extreme that as soon as possible they leave and they are replaced. There is a huge turnover. There are no contracts, but rather on a daily basis they're selected at the doors of the greenhouses for them to work during that day. They don't know exactly if they're going to be getting a salary for that day, and there are unmeasured deaths, especially during the summer, where you can get more than 50 degrees underneath the greenhouse canopy. So the circumstances are so extreme that trade unions have almost no access. Historically, there have been some farm workers' unions standing for the rights of these groups, but it has given rise to another problem, which is the fact that there is a displacement of the national farm workers, highly unionized in Andalusia, and as they have been displaced by migrant workers, they have left the most combative trade unions without militants as a consequence of the displacement of that population. So it's very little feasible that that could happen.
Yes, I may add some final thoughts on this very complicated and important topic, actually. As regards how we can take action on these recommendations, I think it depends on the responsibility of all stakeholders. Firstly, again, states must do something, and of course employer organizations, again, yes, trade unions, NGOs, public institutions, all stakeholders should do what it takes under their responsibility as much as they can do. Of course, there are many challenges. Yes, there are. That's why I think it's very important to make deep, profound changes in work culture and mentality, especially. And on the one hand, these stakeholders should act in accordance with their responsibilities and do what it takes to put these recommendations and into action and solve these problems. And on the other hand, I believe that it is it's the responsibility of all citizens at the same time. All of us can do something, make something, take action in one way or another, big or small. So it depends all of us coming again together in one way or another, in unions, in NGOs, in our workplaces, in our family, with our colleagues, communities. I believe that it will make a difference, but inaction or avoiding to take responsibility, unfortunately, contributes to the problem more and more. So again, yes, we have many challenges and we have so much to think about for trade unions as well. For the other part of the question, yes, trade unions have so much to deal with, many challenges and many mistakes sometimes as well. And in my opinion, maybe, yes, they try to find some different strategies with union renewal, with different needs and different requests of different types of workers, because we have many types of new workers. We have farm workers, we have environmental workers, eco-friendly workers all around the world, and all workers matter, of course. All of them are very valuable and they have different specific problems. So maybe again, depending on good practices and trying to find new alliances and trying to find some solutions for different problems, it can be useful for trade unions to find a solution too.
Thank you.
I think so.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of challenges that we will certainly fight or try to solve, but we've been referring to trade unions, and actually Ignacio Doreste from the European Trade Union Confederation just asked me for the word, and you have a microphone there, or Dominic, yes. Thank you. So please go ahead and feel free to react as well.
Thank you very much and congratulations both for the presentations and the debate which followed. They were all extremely enlightening and vibrant. Yes. I wanted to have a word with regards to these critical yet constructive comments which have been done on the lack of action of some unions, presumably big unions in some countries. As said, I mean, it is very legitimate. You are academics. You have freedom of research, of course. And again, I wanted to say that constructive comments can only help trade unions to continue working on organizing vulnerable workers, but I wanted to say that in spite of the current political context, our members, the majority of them, they have committees for organizing and protecting migrant workers. We work in network. At European level, we organize a network of these units within our membership, which are giving services and organizing the migrant workers. We defend the legal venues for legislation. We organize these workers. We defend them. We have huge, I mean, a plethora of demands when it comes to housing, occupational safety and health. But of course, I mean, if there is wrongdoing, we need to take note of that and act. So thank you very much. They were legitimate, constructive comments, but I also wanted to say that we are doing a lot in spite of the current political context. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much, Nacho. I think that that's a good moment to close and wrap up this panel. Thank you to all the questions and practical information. Lunch is going to be served now. You just have to go downstairs and follow the corridor, and there is the restaurant. and we made it almost on time, just 5 minutes late. That's extremely surprising because we were running half an hour late a few minutes ago. And we see each other again at 15 past 2. So 15 past 2 here to have more fun. Thank you very much to all of you.
Good afternoon. I don't know if the last colleagues who are in the hall are in. I like a bit of trade union discipline, so starting in time. I also mentioned to the speakers that we'll try to stick to their allotted time, which is about 10-12 minutes. So if you see me waving the 2 minutes in front of them, don't be offended. They know that I will do that. And you also, so you also can keep me to it. Colleagues, comrades, you know it's the Workers' Memorial Day today. I think this morning you had a little celebration, if that's the word, the commemoration, I think the English word, commemoration for all the workers, colleagues who have died the past year, including some waste workers, care workers. I represent EPSU. EPSU is the European Federation of Public Service Trade Unions, and we also organize workers in public services, ministries, local government, but also in health and social services, both public and private, as well as in the utilities, what we call the utilities, energy, water and waste. So that's an important reason for us to be here. We are going to talk about the waste sector. Anna will do that in a moment. And we have seen some workers, waste workers, die because of heat stress, for example, in Spain. We also know that it is also important for municipal workers. Think of those who work in gardens, in parks, who do the maintenance of the gardens and parks. But also for a group you might not think of so easily, and that's the home care workers who have to move between homes during their shifts, and also they, when they're in their little cars, also experience heat stress, as of course many other workers across our industries, both indoors and outdoors. For example, prison guards who work in old facilities, inmates as well as the prison guards have problems with heat, but also elderly care workers who work in homes which have not been refurbished. So that is an important reason for EPSU to support also the project we are doing with ETUI, the European Trade Union Institute, but also our colleagues of the building and woodworkers industry, and we will have one of the presentations, I think from Angela, covering the construction sector, if I'm correct. And of course our colleagues also in the agricultural and fishery and hospitality sector, our colleagues from EFAT, and we will hear a presentation around seafarers and fisheries from Emily. So without much further ado, we're going to start. We're going to start with Emily. Emily Guniffe, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who is doing a PhD at the Trinity College in Dublin, in Ireland, and she will cover the fishing sector for us. She is a researcher in law and affiliated with the Trinity Long Room Hub Arts and Humanities Research Center. Her research focuses on labor law, sustainability and just transition concepts in the fishing sector. As many of you know, as the European trade unions, we are arguing that the European Commission should come forward with a just transition directive as part of the Equality Jobs Act, and we share that concern in the Confederation, in the ETUC, but also across our federations, including our comrades of industrial, but also ourselves in the public services. That would be an important piece of legislation. So without much further ado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jan, and thanks to the organisers for organising this great event today. So yes, as already mentioned, this work is just like a part of my PhD. My PhD looks at migrant workers in particular and the just transition for them, and I look at the two sectors of fishing and agriculture, and I'm doing a comparison of Ireland and Spain and how migrant workers participate in just transition policies and shape them and the rights that they have in just transitions. But today I'm just going to talk about fishing, mainly for the purposes of time, and the EU legislation that applies here in terms of workers' health and safety. So I want to start with a vignette. So this is a capture of all the fishing boats that were operating, I think it must have been Monday or Tuesday last week. And I want to talk about a situation that happened in Ireland in January 2023. A Spanish-owned German-flagged vessel was detained by the Irish Navy, the Pescadores, and was brought into port in Castletownbere in West Cork. So you can see the southwest of Ireland, that's where a lot of the fishing boats are. And it was detained for illegal fishing practices, so ostensibly environmental, violation of environmental regulations. While it was detained in the port there, the workers on board, they were all Indonesian nationals, made contact with the ITF representative in Ireland, saying that they had not been paid and there were discrepancies in their work contract. The Irish trade union made contact with the labour authorities, but because of the legislation that applies, they were unable to board that boat. So what you have there is a situation in which boats are being detained for violating environmental regulations, but there are workers on board who are not, their conditions are not being investigated, and there's no consequences for the treatment of workers there. And then a month later, a similar situation, so the Ortegal Tres was a Spanish-owned boat, German-flagged in Irish waters, again detained, again all Indonesian workers on board, and the same thing happened, that they couldn't board the boat to investigate labour conditions on board. And in that same month, in February 2023, in Brussels, there were discussions on the common fishery policy, where they were discussing the sustainable blue economy and how do we make fishing more sustainable. And there was discussion of protecting the livelihoods of people who work in the sector. But those discussions in Brussels seem quite far removed from the working conditions on board those boats there in West Cork. And those two boats, I actually had the opportunity to see them in Galicia a few months ago, but they continue to fish, but those workers have been repatriated back to Indonesia. So big differences in the consequences for people in the fishing sector. So what I'm going to talk about today is, firstly, I'll give you an overview of who works in fishing, and then what are the risks posed by climate change to workers in the sector, and then what occupational health and safety legislation at EU level is relevant, and then briefly kind of talk about the just transition and the sustainable blue economy. So in terms of who works in fishing, so there's currently probably a bit less now, but about 69,000 fishing vessels in the EU. 25% of the gross tonnage, that's the size of the boats, are in Spain. That's followed by France and in Italy. And then in Ireland, there's 5% of the gross tonnage. This has decreased significantly from the 1970s. The fishing sector is very much in decline in Europe. And then in terms of the number of people employed, an estimated 155,000 people are employed in the primary sector. So that's both on boats, but also in aquaculture, so more kind of domestic on-land fishing. So yes, there's been a huge decline in the number of vessels, and the majority of fish in the EU is imported. So a lot of our food production systems rely on imported food. So it's very difficult in this context, and it's important to acknowledge that for many of these fishing boats, it's hard to compete in the global market, right? So it's very hard to produce enough food in the manner in which they're managing fish systems at the moment for all of Europe. And then lastly, migrant workers are employed in this sector, and they're particularly on large trawlers. So most boats are domestic and they're quite close to shore, but the big trawlers that go out, the majority of the crew on those boats are migrant workers with quite variable working conditions. In terms of the risks posed by climate change, as we heard this morning, many of those risks also apply in the fishing sector. It's one of the sectors with the highest level of workplace accidents and fatalities. With climate change, there's been an increased number of storms and extreme weather events. And with this also we have changing fish patterns. So boats have to go to different places to then fish. And as with other sectors that are outdoors, there's also heat and exposure to UV rays. In the fishing sector, they're not new to kind of dealing with weather events and extreme weather events, but they are increasing in frequency. There's also prolonged periods at sea, so often on these big trawlers they're at sea for several months. And then generally kind of those modes of food production that I mentioned earlier are in question. So the viability of the sector itself, the fishing sector in Europe is very much in decline. They're having to compete globally. So we can talk about these kind of small measures to improve workplace conditions, but you also need to discuss the broader systems of food production that they're trying to operate within. So in terms of the EU legislation that's available, so in the OSH Framework Directive, there is mention of fishing, and they say that specific legislation has to be adopted for the fishing sector. Generally, within labour and social law at EU level, fishing is treated quite distinctly. It's a very small sector, but it's treated very distinctly from other sectors. But following that OSH Framework, 2 directives were adopted. The Directive 93/103, which is work on board fishing vessels, and then Directive 92/29, which is medical treatment on board. In Commission reviews of that legislation, they've stated that it has been ineffective. It's very hard to enforce those directives. The main directive, which I'm going to talk about today, is the Work in Fishing Directive 2017/159. So this is a directive that was based on an ILO convention, C11188, and is one of the few instances of social partners at EU level coming together to produce a piece of EU legislation. So it's under Article 155 of the TFEU. It's not often been used, but there Europesh, which is the actor for employers at EU level, and the ETF, European Transport Workers Federation, came together to push member states to ratify the ILO convention in the form of this directive at EU level. So it sets minimum requirements on boats, and note that this is really quite late compared to a lot of other sectors. This is 2017, but it sets minimum requirements in terms of the age of workers, their wages, the medical examinations that have to take place, safe manning, hours of work, rest, repatriation, food and accommodation, health and safety, and social security. The main differences, though, between the directive and the ILO convention is the scope. So in the EU directive, it's primarily employed persons. So self-employed persons don't fall within the scope. This has generally to do with the EU powers in this area. There's the exclusion of provisions on wages and social security. Again, in terms of the EU ability to do stuff there, that's excluded in the directive. And then lastly, compliance and port state control. So under the ILO convention, if the boat is in your port and you've ratified this convention, you have an obligation to step on board that vessel and investigate labour violations. Ireland has not ratified the ILO convention. It has to comply with this directive, but hasn't ratified the ILO convention, and therefore that's why that situation in Cork occurred. Labour inspectors were not allowed to board that boat because they didn't have port state control. So 25 countries in the world have ratified the Work in Fishing Convention, but only 10 member states so far. The purpose of the directive is really to push member states to then ratify the convention, but we'll see if that happens. In terms of climate change protection, so as I mentioned earlier, extreme weather events and dangerous working conditions and the relationship between labour and nature is nothing new in the fishing sector. The Work in Fishing Directive does contain, it doesn't explicitly mention climate change, it doesn't explicitly mention extreme weather events or storms, but it does contain a number of measures that I think would be useful in terms of discussing climate change, but there are some limitations to that. So there are provisions on the conditions of safety and health. So Article 5, it talks about the skipper. The skipper is kind of the manager on the boat. They are required to ensure that workers are performing in the best conditions of safety and health. They have obligations to prevent fatigue, and they have to facilitate health and safety training. The skipper is also not constrained by the vessel owner to make decisions on safe navigation and safe operation. So if the vessel owner wants them to go fishing at sea, the skipper can also say, I mean, this rarely happens in practice, but the skipper can say the conditions are not right to go fishing. And then there's Article 31, which is on work-related sickness, injury or death. There's also provisions in there on risk evaluation and training, health protection and medical care, And then there's also a really interesting provision on joint committees on occupational safety and health. So each member state has to set those up for the fishing sector. In terms of the limitations for the directive, there's no explicit mention, again, of climate change or extreme weather events. A lot of the responsibility is left to the individual skippers on boats. And again, if you think about the competitive environment that they're trying to operate in to produce food at a cheap rate, they're going to go out to sea when there are storms in order to do those catches. There's also limited enforcement, limited enforcement at national level. And then lastly, there's kind of wide variation in member state transposition. So the directive leaves a lot of discretion to member states. But in terms of how they've implemented it, for instance, in Ireland, it's across, I think, 15 different pieces of legislation that they've tried to implement it. So it's really hard to track how it's going to happen in practice. That being said, it is progress, and it has kind of made steps in the right direction in terms of protecting workers. And then just in time, my conclusions. I want to reflect just a bit more broadly on this idea of a just transition for fishing. So we can talk about kind of the sustainable blue economy, but what we don't talk about is social sustainability and what it means for people who actually work in the sector. So there's a need to link, when we push those environmental regulations and controls on fishing, what that actually means for workers, and does it mean that they have to go out to sea for longer or work in more dangerous conditions. The current provisions are quite limited in their ability to protect against climate-related risks. Thirdly, participation and worker voice. There's very few provisions for that in that directive, if any. And more broadly, there hasn't been much discussion of how do you bring in those workers into shaping legislation, and particularly where they're migrant workers who are very much under-unionized. I won't talk about Article 17, so that's a whole different story, but it would be something to explore. So migrant workers would be kind of this key group who work on these big trawlers but aren't really participating in trade unions or any action in terms of changing legislation. So thank you.
Thank you. I thought it was so interesting that I almost forgot to watch the time. So you had me from the beginning, and I hope the audience as well. I thought it was really interesting. One thing also to remember is one of the things you said in the beginning, this link between focusing on working conditions on the vessel, on the trawler, on the fishing boat, but also the larger question of sustainability of industries, how to deal with climate change in general. So that's maybe something also to keep. You almost forced my, how do you say, a whole discussion when you start talking about the European social dialogue. Some of you might know that we have these problems with the European Commission over proposals with the employers we introduced to become legislation, like the ILO convention happened in fisheries. We even had a court case on that, but I will not go there. But if there's somebody who's interested, always welcome. We continue with the next speaker. We continue with Anna. Anna Flavia Trevisan, who will talk about waste pickers and sustainability transitions, protecting the most vulnerable. Anna is a legal consultant and a guest lecturer at the University of Luxembourg, holds a PhD in climate change and sustainable development policies from the Nova University in Lisbon. She's also an environmental and climate lawyer with international experience across Brazil and Europe, and I understand you will talk a little bit about Brazil as well. And she works as a legal consultant addressing environmental, climate and labor law issues, also around corporate sustainable, corporate social responsibility and risk analysis. And last but not least, she's also a guest lecturer at the Lunex University in Luxembourg. So, the floor is yours.
Hola, voy a hablar en español porque creo que es más confortable para mí.
I'm going to speak in Spanish because it's easier for me. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Maru, for the invitation. Thank you very much to the ETUI for the invitation, for your support. Today, I'd like to work about my country, about waste pickers. What is happening in my country when we make this connection between labor law and working conditions? Well, waste pickers, these are the people who recover, sort, and redirect recyclable materials into production chains. These are essential for the circular economy. This is a reality, not only applied to Brazil, other countries. For instance, there are waste pickers in Spain, but there are different ways. This job adopts different forms. In Brazil, there's a high degree of informality in the sector. There's no union that represent this group. So here, health and safety is very important, and we want to help these workers to get out of the informal sector. Here, we are talking about a high number of workers, waste pickers, who carry out this environmental work. So this is very important. This is very important. It's very important in order to actually boost this idea of circular economy and recycling in general. So this is a picture of waste pickers. Well, in Europe and in other countries, the image could be very different. However, in Brazil, waste pickers look like this. So they work every day under extreme conditions, when it's hot, in rainy days. They have health problems. And there's a suggestion. In Netflix, there's a series that depicts this situation. So a lot of things happened, and they opened actually a radioactive capsule in Brazil. And many of these radioactive particles flew away because waste pickers were there, and it was opened by accident. So these waste pickers, they belong to vulnerable communities, and they are on the front line, and they get affected by vector-borne diseases, and because they lack information, they lack unionization, so they are victims. In Brazil, 70% of all these over 800,000 workers are women. I'm talking about women who are alone, who have children, and who need to actually provide for their families under these very harsh conditions. In Brazil, so we know we have a law that recognizes, that acknowledges these workers. Nevertheless, this is not enough. So I'm not going to talk about extreme heat or extreme weather conditions, because, well, in my country, in wintertime, we have 40 degrees Celsius. So this is the everyday life for a lot of people in Brazil. Our reality is very different from European countries. And still, this is not discussed enough in Brazil. When we speak about agrochemicals, we also need to actually talk about many other issues, such as, for instance, deforestation, tree logging. Then you have an open area. In this open area, actually, there's zoonosis. I'm talking about chikungunya, malaria, Zika, dengue, a lot of tropical diseases that are very widespread in Brazil. Malaria is now more or less under control, or it used to be under control, but not anymore. So the higher the degree of deforestation, tree logging, this actually enables zoonosis and the spread of vector-borne diseases. Also, water pollution, soil pollution. There are a lot of really bad situations, storms, and the exposure to unsafe outdoor work conditions. And workers need to go out to work no matter what's going on, because otherwise they don't earn money and they cannot provide for their families. So, beyond a shadow of a doubt, our workers contribute to the environment. They actually are very important key for the environment, but they are not acknowledged as such. There's the law, but they are not paid accordingly, and they don't have the necessary equipment to work. So, although we have the responsibility to take care of the workers, the conditions, the proper conditions are not provided for, so that this environmental service that these workers are conducting are actually reflected in remuneration terms, in their salaries. So we are reproducing labor inequalities in a country that suffers these problems at a very high rate. So what do we need when we talk about this circular economy? First of all, we need that these workers are recognized as workers, as environmental agents. But furthermore, we also need for them to be included in different bills, environmental laws, and even at the very beginning of the bill drafting process, they need to be on board. Their voices need to be heard. So, we're talking about the legislation process and then also the implementation process. And so producers actually and the companies have a responsibility in this. And we need to hold companies responsible. And we need to go back in history and have a look at it. At the end of slavery in Brazil, African descendants who were the slaves, they were invited by the government to become waste pickers, to become this kind of workers who back in the time they were actually picking waste on the streets. So actually justice needs to be made. It's not only environmental justice, but historical justice to recognize these workers. So they need fair remuneration for the environmental services that they provide, and they need to be included in the decision-making processes. And how do we need to recognize these workers? So they need to be formally acknowledged, they need to be empowered, they need to be unionized, and all ways of work need to be protected. For instance, water, they need to have PPEs, provide them with shade areas, rest breaks, emergency protocols, for instance, similarly to what is happening in Spain. And also, they need to receive a compensation because they are providing an environmental service, so they need to receive fair remuneration, and they also need to participate in the EPR systems. Well, these are my contact details. Thank you very much for your attention.
Don't know about you. I was thinking, wow, we recognize many of the problems you raised, also in the waste sector in Europe. In EPSU, we have also done some work around occupational health and safety risks for workers in the waste sector. But that, to be honest, is more the formal waste sector. And here we haven't paid so much attention to the informal waste sector, which is also quite significant in some countries more than others, of course. Think also of many of the Roma who are engaged in the informal waste sector. We see something which is fairly new. We see in Central and Eastern European countries, and then I talk Armenia, Georgia, We see people from India, Pakistan, also active in the informal waste sector. The picture you showed, I was a couple of weeks ago in Tbilisi. I mean, that picture could have been in Tbilisi as well, where in this case, I think workers from India were collecting plastic bottles because I think they could be recycled and got a bit funding for it. But also in Albania, we know, and we try to, one of the unions we work with is trying to organize also waste workers, mostly female, in Tirana, in Albania. So very recognizable what you mentioned. But again, one point I would pick out, which I do think is important, if we want to end the exploitation of workers, the women waste pickers, for example, in your story, you have to address these broader questions of social justice and, with other words, also societal change, I would argue. You touched upon briefly on organizing, as maybe in the discussion something we can come back to. That brings me to the next speaker. The next speaker is Angela Martin Pozuelo Lopez. And Angela is an assistant professor at the professor of law at the University of Valencia in Spain. And she has focused on the social impacts of climate change and green transition. She's done a lot of work on these publications, also research projects, including a European one. And she is staying with the ETUI at the moment, doing work for the ETUI, the European Trade Union Institute. And she's going to talk about outdoor construction, probably a sector many people think about when you talk about heat access and what needs to be the regulation for workers in that and similar sectors. Angela, floor is yours. You can, yeah, here you are.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank first the organizers of the conference for inviting me to participate here in this such a beautiful day and a really interesting event, and as well as the ATUI for hosting me during my research stay here in Brussels. As has already been said, I'm going to talk about the outdoor construction, but why is this sector so relevant when addressing climate change? And the answer was already pointed out before me, so it will be quick, that part. And well, construction accounts for almost 7% of the European Union employment and almost the 6% of the European Union gross value added. But that's not the most important part. The most important part is that it's one of the top 5 sectors with the highest number of climate-related work accidents. And moreover, if we check a little bit closer, we can see that construction workers are among those most exposed to climate-related risks in the workplace. Furthermore, if we focus on the structure of the sector, we can see some features that can explain why the exposure of workers in this sector is so high. For example, we can see that the workforce is relatively old, with almost 1/3 age 50 or over. We can see that the vast majority are men, around the 90%. There is a high proportion of self-employed workers and outsourcing. A significant share of workers are overqualified for their jobs, at 34%. And a considerable proportion of workers are employed on a part-time or a temporary basis. So given that construction workers are particularly exposed to climate-related hazards, it's important to highlight the main risks they face. And we can sum up the main ones in here: the extreme temperatures, ultraviolet radiation, extreme weather events, air pollution, and vector-borne diseases. Many of them were already pointed out by some colleagues before. So regarding extreme temperatures, we already talked about occupational heat because it's considered the most serious and imminent climate-related threat for outdoor workers construction workers. Yet the effects on workers' health often remain undetected or they are misattributed to other causes. In fact, there is of death from heat-related illness in this sector has been estimated to be around 13 times higher than in the general working population. At the same time, many countries, such as Spain, use only temperature as the indicator of the heat stress that it was already said. And of course, it's not enough because we are not taking into account humidity, the workers' health status, or the type of job they are performing. And if we are not assessing well the heat stress, of course, we cannot evaluate the risk and we cannot take the preventive measures that they are needed. Ultraviolet radiation is another major concern. In outdoor construction, workers can be exposed to doses of UV radiation that they are 2 to 3 times higher than the international recommended limits, particularly during summer months. Despite this, there is a lack of awareness of workers about this important impact they can have in their health, and the UV exposure has no specific occupational limit values in any country. Climate change is also increasing the extreme weather events, such as storms, heavy rainfalls, floods, or heat waves. And we already know that, because it was already exposed before, that heat waves are particularly deadly because they are approximately the 81 to the 86% of all the fatalities are caused because of heat waves. In addition, there is a high level of exposure to outdoor air pollution, which has been classified by the International Agency for Research on Cancer as carcinogenic to humans. And finally, but not least, it was already said by the Professor Cuesta before, climate change alters the patterns of vector-borne diseases. These diseases can now occur in places and in moments during the day that were really unlikely before. And that means that outdoor construction workers can face biological risks that they were not prepared to face before. It is also important to note that the compounded effects of this hazard are still not fully understood. We know that a worker can be exposed at the same time to really high heat, ultraviolet radiation, extreme weather events, air pollution, vector-borne diseases, and all of these factors can interact between them. And we know that in this interaction, it can be even worse for the health of that worker. But we are not prepared to face them because they are largely overlooked, these compounded effects, in both the research and the regulatory frameworks. However, as Professor Novich already pointed out before, not all workers are exposed in the same way when we talk about climate-related risks. There are some specific, some particularly vulnerable groups, and if we focus on the construction sector, we can focus on migrant workers, self-employed workers, temporary workers, subcontracted workers, and workers with disabilities and workers with pre-existing health conditions. I think it's needed to highlight a little bit here the migrant workers because they represent a really big part of the construction workers, and especially when they work in informal settings, because it was already said that the informality has a really big impact on the health occupational risks. And even they may face problems in relation with language, for example. Maybe they cannot understand the instruction of OSH, and they are less likely to report symptoms of refuse and unsafe working conditions. Self-employed workers, who are very common in this sector too, are another important group as they frequently operate outside these formal occupational safety and health systems. And of course, outsourcing, when we talk about construction, is the other link word, is a characteristic feature of this construction sector and has a really impact on this issue when we are talking about health and safety. In fact, normally subcontracted workers are more likely to have a more unfavorable profile. That means, for example, normally they have lower provision of medical checkups, normally they have a higher level of accident-related injuries, and normally they have a more exposure to physical risk and workloads, which may increase, of course, the exposure to climate-related hazards. And this can even be worse if we extend the subcontracting chains and they are longer and longer. And that is why in 2006 Spain established a law, the 32/2006, that tried to limit all of these subcontracting chains to make them shorter. And temporary workers are likewise at risk, as they may receive less training, have limited familiarity with the work site, and yet still expected to perform heavy and hazardous tasks. Furthermore, I think we should take into account sex, gender, and age as a key parameters when we address these climate-related risks, because they may influence levels of exposure. For example, physiological differences can influence how heat or certain substances are absorbed and processed by the body. And we should not overlook all the intersections between these vulnerable groups, because of course, if you are a migrant, maybe you are a woman, and maybe you are working on a temporary basis, and in a subcontracting really long chain, it can be even worse for your health and safety. Turning now to preventive measures that could be implemented to address all of these climate-related risks, research has focused on main four preventive measures that are training, working time adaptation, personal protective equipment, and health surveillance. When it comes to preventive training, I'm going only to give some key points of these measures. When we talk about preventive training, it is especially challenging in this sector because of the really high level of subcontracting and the frequent turnover of workers. Regarding the working time adaptation, which was the option chosen by the Spanish legislator in 2023, it has both limitations and problems. As for this limitation, adaptation may include, of course, suspending work during heat waves, storms, etc. Or more problematically in practice, this kind of adaptation can be rescheduled tasks to cooler hours during the day or introducing more frequent and longer rest breaks. Even if these adaptations may seem appropriate, in the majority of the cases they will be appropriate measures, they must be carefully planned, because if we are not planning them properly, they can have some unintended consequences. For example, we can increase the exposure to vectors that they are really active in the morning or really late at night. Maybe we cannot compliance with the noise regulations or with the work-life balance rights. Moreover, there are some tasks that they need to be done during the daylight. We cannot reschedule to another time. In relation to the problems related with these adaptations, in the specific case of Spain, we have some problems when we talk about this adaptation. We call it bank of hours arrangements that they are set down in collective agreements. There are some problems when it was approved the climate paid leave that it was already said by Marouane, because we don't know how to put them into practice together, the adaptation or the climatic pay leave. So we have some regulation issues on that topic. When it comes to personal protective equipment, which according to the European Union Framework Directive, that is supposed to be the last protection option, the problem we can see in this sector is normally it is the main form of protection of workers. It's not the last one, it's the main one. And as it was already pointed out before, when we talk about this kind of protective measures, in particular weather conditions, they can be even worse than the protection itself. Because, for example, wearing heavy or impermeable protective clothing can greatly increase heat stress in hot environments, discouraging workers from using them. And in conclusion, I think we can all agree that there is a clear need for further research on how best to protect workers under those circumstances. And since I have 2 minutes left, I just want to conclude my presentation talking about something that is not the main topic of the day, but I think it's important to highlight a little bit that we are talking about risks related to climate change. It's really important, but we are not, I think we should not forget about the emerging risks in green construction, because maybe we are overlooking some of them. We know that when we talk about green construction, there are some risks that there are the traditional ones that can be higher. For example, when we are installing solar panels, they can have a risk of, for example, working at height or with heavy materials. There are no new ones. And we also know that when we are talking about reusing materials or recycling, probably these workers can be exposed to allergens or biocontaminants. And we also know when we are talking about renovation of buildings to make them more green, they can be, for example, these persons can be affected by exposure of asbestos that they are quite usual in some older buildings. But beyond that, there are new risks for this green construction that they are really overlooked, and I think they are really important to take into account. For example, the exposure to nanoparticles, whose effects are still largely unclear for the health of workers. For all of these reasons, just to conclude, if we want the green transition to be safe for workers as well, I think we need to update the risk assessment in green construction so that traditional and new hazards can be addressed together in a coherent way. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, and also I think you get the impression over the 3 presentations, and certainly also with the last one, that a lot of research is already existing, and I know there are many other researchers here, that a lot of research is already existing which demonstrates, how do you say that in English, unequivocally, that there is a need for what we think as unions, a need for legislation to address this. Also in the last presentation, I think there was the connection with migrant workers, with precarious working conditions, which I think in the other two presentations we also heard. Regrettably, sectors which are the informal sector or the people who work in precarious conditions, often not so well organized, so certainly a challenge also for us. And you also heard in the last presentation the importance of ensuring dealing with subcontracting and enforcement, and our colleagues, my colleagues in the Federation of Transport, the Federation of Building and Woodworkers, and the Federation of Agriculture and Hospitality, Tourism, they are also fighting for a European directive to deal with subcontracting and the enforcement of the rules, something we are supporting as EPSU because we organize labor inspectorates, and in the proposal of the colleagues in the other federations, there's also an important chapter devoted to this. And again here, maybe that's my hobby horse, don't hesitate to disagree. But also here I would say there is the link with the importance of a need for broader change, and not only focusing on the particular legislation, but the need for broader change, because we see that the resources for labor inspectorates, the number of labor inspectors is declining, which is, we think, part of a project which we call austerity, or you call it neoliberal project, but actually rolling out a red carpet for employers, for companies to violate health and safety and other rights of workers. But that might be my hobby horse. You had three excellent presentations, but I can imagine that they also generate questions, remarks, things you might disagree with in terms of the conclusions which were drawn. I thought it was quite clear in the direction they wanted to go. But are there any questions? Things you want to clarify or recommend, maybe your own research? Please keep it to 1 or 2 minutes, your intervention. I will watch the time. I know sometimes our interventions, like mine now, are becoming a statement in their own right, so that we should not have. And if you take the floor, if you get a mic, please tell your name, maybe your university or trade union, so that others know a little bit where you come from. Our first colleague there.
Yeah, I'm Chris de Meester, and just to make it very clear to all of you, I'm probably the only employer representative in the room. I have a question about the fisheries, and actually it's a more strategic political question. So I recognize the challenges that we saw on the slides, but I also know there is another instrument, and I know it always looks better that we have a sectoral approach, the fisheries. But if you look into the actual convention, there is very little that is really, really specific to fisheries, other than using the word vessel and net. So my question is, why would you not envisage to use the Maritime Labour Convention for those people? Because that has much better protection in terms of getting off the ship, on board, etc. Much more liberty for the people working on board, and better rights protected under the Maritime Labour Convention. Would that not be a better option rather than keeping to pursue the so-called specific fisheries instrument?
Thank you. I think that was, I must say, an excellent question. You might think this is an employer's thing to argue for simplification, the agenda we hear at this moment, but I do think it was an excellent question. I'll take 1 or 2 questions more and then give the floor back to the panel.
Hi, Imke Danneveld, again from the German Federal Employment Agency, but I'm actually not coming from my employer right now, but I worked in construction and wrote my thesis about PVC window recycling in Germany and as a tool for circular economy in the EU. And in PVC window recycling, you often still have a lot of manual labor, so people are outdoors and they are like separating the windows by hand, getting all of the glass out and everything. And I think that there it is it's very hard to, on the one hand, they need their skin to be protected. So all of their skin needs to be covered because of the glass that is like flying around. And on the other hand, in Germany now we are also reaching high temperatures. Our summer get up to 40 degrees now, which we are not used to, which I'm not even used to. I'm 22 years old, and in the last summers it has risen, I think, from my childhood to now by 10 degrees. So I was wondering if you have any idea how you can bring this together to, like, on the one hand, make sure that the people are not overheating because they are wearing clothes, but on the other hand, they cannot wear short clothes because they'll get injured. And I think you cannot, not work for the whole of summer. So do you have any ideas on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, important the connections between different sectors and different industries. I mean, a lot of waste workers will also get in contact with materials from the construction industry, the new risks you described of green construction. One other question before I give the panel a chance to reply here on the corner.
Hello, Gunther Kathage from the Federal Ministry of Work in Belgium. I have a similar question actually, but then from the zoonosis part, so like the vector-borne diseases. Because you mentioned it, so it would be better to adapt time working, for instance, earlier in the morning, but then, yeah, mosquitoes are also very active. And then also because of climate change, so you have the European mosquito, the Culex mosquito, and that peak is around 6. But then you also have the tiger mosquito is also coming in Europe, and that it has a later peak, like at 7 or 8 in the morning, and also so it's more day active. So you have then different mosquitoes with different activities and encroaching on that working time when it's cool. But then you have to also to protect, for instance, construction workers with long sleeves to protect them against those vectors. So, yeah, also the same question actually. How do you see that contradiction?
Thank you very much. I must say, excellent question. Well, excellent. I mean, good questions for also giving food for thought. No. Well, there's never such a thing as a stupid question, I've learned, but they give food for thought. We start with the Fisheries Convention. Why do we need separate rules and regulations if we have an instrument which can easily be adopted?
Yeah, I mean, so the Maritime Labour Convention was adopted before the Fishing Convention, and there was a push from the fishing sector to not be included in that. The reasons for that, I don't know, but there was a distinct choice to separate the two, and I think to push for them to be included within it would be very difficult. Fishing is also very much a national thing, so even at EU level, there's the common fishery policy, which kind of manages quota, but in terms of managing local or national fishing employment, there's not much intervention from the EU level, so to speak. So I think a lot of the work might just be on a national level. So in Ireland, a lot of the improvements have occurred nationally in terms of migrant workers. They now they had a very specific and very precarious separate employment permit, and now they're in the general system, which was a huge win for trade unions in Ireland. But I think there's no interest at an EU level or at an international level to kind of reopen that file and say, let's put them in the Maritime Labour Convention, because there was a very specific choice to not include them there. And I don't think it would be a possibility. But maybe you know more, but I would be sceptical.
Thank you. I can see where the employer is coming from. I mean, there is a piece of legislation which more or less could easily be adapted to broader sectors. So food for thought. A couple of questions specifically related to the construction sector, but certainly the question of mosquitoes and working time would also be relevant for quite a number of other sectors, certainly when there's heat, for the waste sector as well, for example. But you can start.
Well, first of all, thank you for the questions. And I think that's the main point and the main challenge that we are facing now when we talk about the preventive measures. Because, I mean, we all know that the personal protective equipment is fundamental in this sense. But the problem is when we work under heat conditions, for example, and the problem, and I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but I don't have the answer. Because, I mean, we have the problem. We know that's the main problem, but we are not really sure how to solve it. I know that there is a lot of research on how to best to improve the clothes when they are in this kind of environment, and they have to be, with really bright colors. They have to be transferable. But we have the theoretical answer, but in practice, the problem is that many workers are not using them because they are dying of heat. So, and that's the main problem. We know that you have to use this, but when I give you this, you are maybe 100 degrees under this clothes, so you are not using it. And the problem is that in practice, many workers, they are not using them. So we have a lot of research on how improve this situation with the personal protective equipment, but there is no solution yet. And that's a really big problem. And I think probably, well, maybe Demi wants to say something.
I don't know if I may.
Yeah, well, sure.
Yes, because I think yes, no, sorry. I would like to respond to your question because I think we don't have a ready-to-use solution. But I think it starts with realizing what are the different risks that you need to take into consideration. And once you know that, then you can work on a solution. So I think that most of you don't know about zoonosis, or a lot of people don't know, a lot of people even in the OS community don't know. I think that the major risk is heat, or it is, but it's the only one that people can relate to. So I would not say we have ready-to-use solutions. I agree with you. I can confirm there are not solutions we have now in our pocket, but it starts with realizing what the different factors we have to deal with, and with this knowledge, solutions will develop. I have all the confidence that we can find solutions.
Thank you. Maybe you want to say, maybe everybody knows, I don't, but where you're from?
You're the only one. I think you're the only one who doesn't know.
For my pleasure.
Yes, my name is Dimitra Theodori, and I'm the head of the Health and Safety Unit at the ETUI.
Very good. Thank you.
May I add something?
Yes, and then I want to go to Anna.
I just wanted to add, as Demi already said, I think the main problem, or the main thing, or probably the main acknowledgement here, that will be that we have to take that into account when we are talking about adaptation. Because, for example, in Spain, I'm talking about the case I know a little bit better. We are saying, okay, the best solution we have is the perfect solution is the adaptation of working time. So we will change the schedule, and that's all. That's the problem we have. That will be the perfect solution. But we are not taking other factors of risk into account. So, of course, we have to take a really general assessment of all the risks that can happen if we do these adaptations. And even if they can be good options in some cases, that doesn't mean that it doesn't have another problems that we have to tackle when we are doing these assessments. So, thank you for the question.
Thank you. Before I engage, I want Anna also to have a reflection on the questions, or maybe additional points you were thinking.
I think just reflecting about this question, for example, I think you need to maybe think outside the box, maybe try to approach in indigenous knowledge to try to tackle some problems, Maybe they have some herbs, some flowers, some types of things, and you are just not looking at some solutions that these vulnerable communities could share with us. And then other topic about zoonosis, it's because I'm talking about fossil fuel exploitation. You know that you are engaged on this agenda right now, unfortunately, trying to combat climate change, but back into this agenda. And then deforestation is not a thing, it's not a problem for Brazil, it's a problem for European Union too. And then I'm start to talk about dengue in Portugal, because you have a climate change all the weather in Portugal and heat waves. And then what do you address it? What do you address the problem of dengue, Zika, chikungunya, if this virus comes to European Union? So I think you need to start to think about it, because actually everything is connected, and sometimes it could happen here.
Thank you. As I said, you raised the point about adaptation, which we know is important, but we should keep on a focus also on addressing climate change. No, I mean, we know in the current context it's not extremely popular in some circles, but I do think, and certainly for trade unions, that remains a very important topic to engage with, because we can learn from many others, but if the tempo of our production, our capitalist system, capitalist mode of work is very high, I mean, the possibilities to adapt will also not be there. I saw somewhere else a question. Somebody had his hand high earlier. Yeah, you're pointing at somebody. We have time for one or two short questions and short answers. Just one. Okay.
Just a good practice for PPEs that I had experience in Qatar. They have a sort of helmet with a solar panel. Inside there is a sort of shell that retains cold, and the panel put in function a small hélice for air conditioning. While for the vest, there is a vest with many pockets, and then you put artificial ice inside.
Is it not really heavy?
Sorry?
All of this, is it not too heavy to wear?
No.
No? No?
I could wear it. Just to, I was curious as well.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I think that, to me, sounds a sort of excellent debate for the coffee break, to learn about this. And we were talking about the PVC recycling you mentioned earlier, and the different. I saw, and you might have seen that as well, and you know maybe more about that than myself, but we see already more robots being introduced in some industries. So is that a way to go, and to what extent do we want that? There will be parts where it is possibly helping a solution rather than have your own solar panel to carry around. Doesn't also sound very appealing. Anyway, it's coffee break. You have 15 minutes for coffee break, and then there's the final panel, which promises to be some fireworks, because we have employers, we have the Federal Public Service, and the trade union representatives, as well as the European Commission. Always good to raise difficult questions from. But before you go, can you give a big hand to the panel?
Hey, colleagues, you are the diehards. At the end of a very long day, we started at 9 a.m. and look, still so many people committed to talk about. In this case, the steps forward with regard to occupational heat. So just not everything we've talked about today is one specific angle that we're going to take here, because we felt that it was useful and important to zoom in on that. Now, even when I came, I was in the men's room just now, no further details, don't worry, but guys were discussing health and safety issues in the bathroom, so I think we hit a nerve there. We're on a good track here. Now, more seriously, we started off this morning by reminding all of us that today we commemorate those who got injured, those who have died as a result of workplace activity. And we've also learned today that the best learned today, or we were reminded today that the best way to do that is through prevention. In the first panel, we had a very interesting presentation where we also learned that there is a very strong economic case to do this. There are health and safety reasons. There are, sorry, I should move closer to the microphone. Is that what you're saying? Yes, good. I'll move close to the microphone. There are personal reasons, there are economic reasons, health and safety reasons to aim for more prevention. Now, we've also learned during today that whether we talk about heat, whether we talk about exposure to other extreme weather conditions, we basically know what needs to be done. We've seen here slides with some suggestions. We talked about sectors, we talked about gender, we talked about collective action. We basically know what needs to be done. There's a lot of research out there, as Jan-Willem Gerdrian also reminded us. We know what needs to be done to protect workers from heat stress and other risks. So let's not pretend we don't. Now, we have a very impressive panel here around the table. It will be my task to keep them onto a reasonable time frame. We have to begin with Sebastian, where's Sebastian hiding? Well, not really hiding there in the corner. You were placed here, you were not hiding, yes, thanks for specifying. Sebastian is so talking from the side of, let's say, the trade unions. Now, Chris de Meester, sorry, next to him is also a member of the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety, but is talking to us from the employers' interest group. And we hope, of course, that these guys will disagree among them to have some debate. I don't know about Günther. Günther is sitting next to me. Günther Katagen. Sounds like a very Flemish name to me. Is that correct, Günther? Yes, it is. Okay, so you're Belgian. He's working at the Federal Public Service Employment, Labour and Social Dialogue. In other countries, I believe that is just the Ministry of Employment. And he will be talking to us from the perspective of governments, being the government in the government interest group of the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety. Then we have Luisa Cabral with us. Very happy to have you here, Luisa. Luisa is Director at DG Employment of the European Commission, in charge of many things, including working conditions and social dialogue. And then we have Giulio. Good to have you here on the panel, Giulio. My colleague, Confederal Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation. So quite an impressive panel, and I count on all of your discipline to give us meaningful and relatively brief messages as you speak. So we'll be talking about the impact of heat on workers, and especially with all the knowledge that we have, with all the research that is out there, with all the practices that we've been able to study from the side of the research community, what are we going to do about this, and when are we going to do that? So I'll start with a question, a shared question to Sebastian, Chris and Günther in no particular order. I don't know if you guys have a, or let's say the person who wants to speak first just starts speaking first. And so the question to you is, having heard what we have heard here today, and I believe you have been here for quite a bit of the day, what are the key instruments that from your specific angle, from the interest that you represent in the Advisory Committee on Health and Safety, what are the key instruments to ensure adequate protection at the workplace? And then let's see if there are similarities, if there are differences. Let me already tell you that, so after this first round of of answers to the questions, there will be a second round. But if in between you have something very urgent that needs to be said or asked, you can try a two-hand intervention. So if I see two hands in the air, it means that it's urgent and it needs to be done straight away. If not, you'll have to wait until the Q&A. So I don't know who wants to start. Is somebody eager to jump in? If not, I will just ask Sebastian maybe to kick it off, because you're listed first on the program. So what are the key instruments to ensure adequate protection at the workplace from your perspective? And please, you have 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you, Bart, and thank you also for the invitation. So when I took a few notes before this meeting, before having heard all the presentations, the first sentence I wrote down is, we do not have to reinvent the wheel. And that, I think, with regards to protection from heat at work, is still true, and then also was confirmed by the presentations we heard, because we also, in the last presentation, we heard something about the complexities and the challenges of dealing with some issues that are related to climate change and workers' health in general. But I think when it comes to heat at work, we heard a lot about that. It's probably the best, one of the best researched areas in OSH today. And I think this is also reflected on some of the documents that Andreas this morning presented to us, and where I was part of a working party that developed these documents in the advisory committee. And that is, there we also agreed on a lot of things between governments and employers, and we agreed on the gaps in the legal framework, in the European legal frameworks. We also agreed on the main central elements that legislation on heat at work should have. And then the agreement stopped, and that's a bit frustrating that we came to this point and still did not come up with a conclusion that would have could have been agreed by all groups. And I think from our perspective that it's clear that we want and we need legislation. If we go back a few years, we look down, for example, on Qatar and the working conditions there, and now they have better OSH regulation with regard to heat at work than we in Europe. And I think that shows us that there's still room, still room for improvement here as well. And I think also, and I don't know if this has been mentioned already today, with an aging workforce, we are obliged to do something, because it's not only getting warmer, but people working are getting older and also have problems dealing with high temperatures. And I think that's also an important point to see why we need to do something. And the main instrument to tackle heat at work will always be with all the OSH problems that we are facing, will be risk assessment. And also, Andreas, what you said, not only during the winter months, but also when it's really hot at work. And that means doing them periodically. And still there, we have some room for improvement. For example, in Germany, a most recent poll was that 70% of all companies do a risk assessment, but only 11% of all companies really follow through with all the steps and the reiteration and the repetition. This shows, I think, that we have to improve the basics, but we also have to develop the framework that deals with so-called new issues, and heat at work being one of them. And I think Marwan, you said it. You quoted the OSHA survey this morning, that the main motivation for employers is to follow and comply with legal obligations. And that's another reason why we need these obligations for an employer to then in the end follow through with them. And I think also, because in the working party we heard a lot of references to this framework directive. There's always, everything is written down, risk assessment and all of that. And I think that's obviously not enough, as we can see from all the other daughter directives, but also from the perspective, especially of small and medium, or especially of smaller sized companies. They do not want to come up with their own spectacular solutions derived from the framework directives or the obligations therein. They want to have clear legislation, and they want to have legal certainty and to know if I follow those those obligations, I'm legally on the safe side. And in the end, yeah, we need legislation on heated work, and we need it because safe workplaces should be the starting point and not like an ambitious objective in the far future. And I think there's enough cases to be made for legislation on heated work.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sebastian. We shouldn't reinvent the wheel. You suggested that there is an agreement, at least on that side of the table, with regard to gaps in legislation, and you suggested legislation is needed with regard to heat at work. The framework directive is not enough. Now let's hear from Chris how much agreement there is from the side of the employers. I'm sure you are fully aligned. Please, Chris.
Thank you. I choose not maybe to go back to what Sebastian already said and maybe focus on a couple of things, and I will try to be as constructive as possible. And maybe if I may start with a little anecdote. I know today Workers' Commemorate Day, and I know a lot of organizations are also claiming this day to make it Work Safety and Health Day. I don't do that. My organization does not do that. Why? Very soon, 1st of May, another important day, I think, for the labor community. 2 firemen in the course of their duty died while working at my office. There was a bomb attempt, a bomb threat, and because of miscommunication, they died really in our premises, Federation of Enterprises in Belgium. So for me, Workers' Commemorate Day it is, and it will always be. Heat, focus on the topic of today. Maybe here, that's a piece of advice. You don't have to really take it, but a piece of advice when addressing this topic at the sectoral level and certainly at the company level, don't make it a climate change thing. Don't. Because the business community is divided. There are people that see climate change as an opportunity because there is a lot of sources that tap money into this business model, and it's not a fully market-driven approach because the money is coming from governments, etc., foundations. And also because at the level of the enterprise, you want a hazard-based approach. So skip the discussion about climate change, immediately go to the challenges related to heat, extreme heat, and all the other extreme weather events. We just had a 1-week expert meeting in Geneva at the ILO, dealing with extreme weather events, and of course extreme heat waves is part of that, but I will focus today on heat. And I observe a couple of paradoxes here, because now we're talking about heat, mainly referring to people who have to work in hot conditions stemming from the weather, from the sun. And we do tend to forget that almost all over the world, the first pieces of legislation dealing with health and safety at work were also related to heat, but from technological sources, coming from ovens, steam engines, etc., etc. We tend to forget that we already built a lot there, and why should most of that not be applicable to the situation we are talking about now? So that is one thing I wanted to bring in. The legislation or the need for specific legislation, I think you probably know the answer in general from our side is no, but we do adhere to the basic approach, which is, as Sebastian said, an evidence-based, risk-based approach. So let's cut all the tape and focus on, okay, extreme weather events, heat in particular. What can we do? From the prevention point of view, of course, eliminating the source is not possible because that source is at the same time the source of all life on Earth and maybe beyond. So we have to look at exposure. How can we reduce exposure? How can we reduce the number of people exposed? And certainly in those conditions where the heat is extreme and challenging. There are a lot of levers that you have, and I will quickly go through them. But our first take on this was a couple of years ago. okay, European discussion or even worldwide discussion. I come from Belgium, our climate is moderate. We were thinking, okay, let's just tap into all the good practices that exist and look at especially the southern countries and let's learn from them. To my surprise, I think to many people's surprise, not a lot came our side as, I would say, new or innovative approaches. Basically, what we heard was, yeah, but that is what we also are doing here. Is there not something more? So here I'm still a bit puzzled that there is not more, there is no better or more examples of good practices that you could adopt. But okay, I give you, and I'm going to go through some of the things, the shifting of the working hours. We heard about it already. I think Günther in his question addressed it. There are certainly advantages to that when it comes to avoiding the peak moments, peak exposure, but there is also downsides. And I'm not going into the vectors and the zoonose, but there is others. When we have companies that, when they did their assessment, their heat wave coming, they did their assessment and they offered shifts, possible shifts in working hours, voluntary to the workers. To their surprise, 60% of the workers did not want that. Why? Because obviously their work-life balance for other reasons would become problematic. Care of children, care of other people, other tasks, etc. So to the surprise of the company, most people just sticked to the normal working hours, unless there was a collective approach like you see in construction. The team has no choice. I mean, the team chooses as a team. So either to, okay.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you.
More regular breaks, also an obvious one, but here, and I'll be honest, this is a bit a clash between the employers and the workers, because the more breaks and the longer the breaks, the less productive time. So here you have to find a balance. The better the social dialogue at company level. But here again, certainly in manufacturing industry or like construction, in the end what matters is result. If the team has longer breaks but still can move at a decent pace, they will find a balance and the employer would agree. But here is the paradox and the difficulty. What did we observe during the breaks? That not all workers use the break, to rest. Some started to play a little game of football. And it's very likely that this will happen with the World Cup coming up. They want to replay the game. So this is a challenge for the employers. How do I deal with that? Access to drinking water, obvious one. And then for me, an important one, I'm not going to say PPE. That's the last resort, but it's certainly one. For me, the clothing. We have seen the last 5-6 years enormous development in smart materials, different kind of fabric that both help in extreme hot, but at the same time also in colder conditions, sometimes with sensors in them, etc., assisting the worker. So for me, the risk-based approach, looking at the different options and in a dialogue, try to find a balance. And not just risk-based, but also situation-based. It's not only about the hazard, sometimes it's where is your construction site? Is it between buildings with a lot of shade? Is it out in the open? So situational assessment, risk assessment. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris. So let's focus. You proposed a risk-based approach. You said don't make heat a climate change debate, and also very clearly legislation is not necessarily the answer. So I think we're having some very interesting, let's put it, nuances here between the two previous speakers. I think we need to get back at some point, or we maybe want to get back to a debate about what you said about that there are not many innovative or good practices, because I think that today we have been discussing some of those. So I think there we can have a bit of a dialogue. So yeah, Günther, between legislation, no legislation, a focus on climate change, no focus on climate change, the position of the governments, please, again in 4 minutes. Thank you.
For the European level, I'm just going to refer to the opinion adopted on heat by the Advisory Council, and that's actually there the governments actually align themselves partially with the workers. That's to say, we are for new legislation, directive, but also technical guidance. And personally, I should say maybe also guidance to help also employers and workers on the terrain. And it's because we also agree that there are several gaps, legislative gaps on the EU level. So there are few heat-related provisions now. There are no exposure indicators, and also the acclimatization to heat is actually nowhere to be found. And also partially there's only partially mentioning of hydration strategies and rest and breaks in the EU legislation. So that's why we also agreed on the recommendations. That's to have those indicators, to have that acclimatization, to have hydration strategies, and to actually work on work organization. Let me also allow for me to speak as a Belgian government employee to defend our legislation, because actually in Belgium we already have a specific heat regulation in place, and that applies not only to climate heat but also to technological heat, so from machinery. And there we have 3 major steps. So there is a risk assessment, evolving the risk assessment of air temperature, humidity, air velocity, and so on. And the second big element is that we actually have heat exposure indexes, like the WBGT limits, so that actually also is linked to workloads. But I think the most the most special element in our Belgian legislation is we have a program, or we actually expect our employers to have a program, so a plan to actually for their technical and organizational measures to be prepared for the coming heat waves and the coming fluctuations in heat exposure. So an employer in Belgium has to have a plan on ventilation, so that's obviously a lot well, for indoor settings, but also for lowering physical workload, also alternative working methods, reduction of time and intensity of exposure, and giving protective clothing, and also free refreshing beverages. So, and I think that's the most important thing, because then you don't, an employer doesn't say, oh, there's a heat wave, we have to quickly do something about it, and here is a refreshing beverage, and then all the things is solved. So, because that planning or that program in Belgium also allows for acclimatization of workers. If you already know that you're going towards the summer, you can also already acclimatize your workers to more extreme heat sources and exposure to heat, because actually I think that's on the terrain you often have workers who say the WBGT index is wrong because I'm doing my work and I'm sweating, and actually this is not workable. But I think a lot of that has to do with that those workers aren't acclimatized to the heat and actually find the working conditions so uncomfortable that they don't see that those limits actually are too high. So I think acclimatization is a big part in also tackling those heat exposure problems in the working floor.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much, Günther, for your reference to the opinion at the EU level, but also for illustrating the Belgian heat legislation, including those programs that employers have to put in place. Now, I think that is seamlessly moving us to the European level, so we'll listen to you now, Louisa. We've heard the workers' representatives, the employers' representative, and the governments. With all this, with some nuances and some disagreement, let's be clear about the need for further legislation on heat, climate change, protection of workers. So what needs to be done and what can be done at the EU level? Please, Louisa. So
Thank
4
you.
minutes for you, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. Pleasure to be here and a pleasure to be here in this important day. And I'd say, of course, remembering those that die, but remembering also everything that we can do, not only that nobody else dies, but also how can we feel good at our job and we don't get sick when we go to work, which is the basic of any job. You know, if you get sick going to work, it's not good. And it's an economic imperative also, as you were saying, for sure, especially now where we have labor shortages, we're getting older. We need to take care of those that are active, definitely. Then eat at work, climate change, call it climate change, not calling it climate change, it's a fact, right? It's here. And it needs to be dealt with. But then start the questions. What needs to be done? Are there legislative gaps? Is there an enforcement problem? And if there are gaps, what are the gaps? Because, I mean, if you read the advisory committee opinion, you know, there are 3 things, and the fully covered by legislation is the most, is the bigger. So the gaps are not huge, let's say like that. And if we would combine enforcement and guidance, we could reach to probably the same result. So we are still looking at whether there are gaps that need to be filled and how. We are consulting on the Quality Jobs Act. We should be issuing in the coming weeks the second stage consultation on what needs to be done, and clearly this is one of the issues that we are looking at. But if you want my honest opinion, for me, this legislation, no legislation, it's not the real question. And what the worker needs in this workplace is to be protected. And the time it takes to fill whatever gap until the impact is there means that you always need to do something in parallel as a minimum. Because otherwise, it's what, in 6 years, the gap would be filled? And it was so urgent. So I think it's important to look at the issue. It's important to do better. And we were listening to what is happening in Germany, for example, to the number of companies that do risk assessments and which of them do them greatly. Absolutely. We need to be better in enforcement, and we need to be open in relation to legislative action or not. But I would ask that we don't measure success only through the fact that there is a proposal or not. I think that is important. We need to focus on changes happening at the work floor, and that can mean a combination of things, can mean one or can mean the other, but I think it's more on what are the innovative practices, what can be done, rather than focusing only, oh, there is this gap here that needs to be fulfilled. So I would plea a more, how do you say, a broader approach to this very, very important topic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to Giulio. So Giulio, we just heard from the 3 sides, let's say, in the advisory committee. Legislation, no legislation, that's not the real question, Louisa is arguing. And at the same time, it is clear that we need to somehow do better, namely in terms of enforcement. That's what I hear from your message. So please, Giulio, the floor is yours from the side of the ETUC. 4 minutes, please.
Thank you. I will just take 30 seconds to remind you one thing. The thing that we're talking about today is a special day because it's the Workers' Memorial Day. It is a phenomenon that for many reasons, not just for heat waves, pertains to 10 people a day in Europe, every day for working reasons. I come from a country where it is 3 a day for working reasons, working-related reasons. And I often hear that this is because the small and medium companies are not able to organize, to apply the rules, to comply, but we have to put a brake on this phenomenon. The issue of the heat and the climate change are just increasing the work-related deaths. They're not decreasing it. So we have to put a brake on this phenomenon. That is the first thing that we have to assess, that we have to start on. We cannot, stay here and discuss without ever reaching an actual step when we can determine some kind of trend inversion. Now, whether it is an issue that can be tackled only as a matter of heat, because it is a larger issue that has to be tackled with a more holistic approach on the terms of health and safety at work. I think that's undoubted. There are issues linked to extreme heat, but other weather crises, UV radiations, and so on. All the things that we've already seen this morning and on which I don't want to be too long because we don't have much time. We need to tackle the topics of heat-related risks, of climate change risks in very specific terms. And we've seen this morning as well in the several speeches and presentations. This isn't only linked to environmental humidity, direct exposure, but also on individual factors. So we have to have some specific regulation that can help us identify and prevent these risks. We have an opportunity. We're working on the Quality Jobs Act, and I think that this is an opportunity. There should be a chapter on these matters, and it should be a chapter in which we manage to somehow build a climate resilience that has to become embedded in the Quality Jobs Act. And then there's another topic that was mentioned that's also important, the statistic data based on which we can measure these events and prevent them, because if we don't know them, we cannot prevent them. So there should be an obligation to provide data and an obligation to collect data somehow. We have a clamorous case in Greece, for example, in Europe. Heat is not work-related. So even though in Greece people are dying for heat-related issues at work, they're not calculated, they're not counted as heat-related, work-related deaths. In this moment, we have a colleague who is fighting on this in his country, but clearly the lack of data is a huge gap. So there are things we can do. And I think we can do them by also using the legal leverage. We have to use our legal leverage. And I will conclude very briefly. I do not believe that simplification means less rules or removal of rules. To not regulate what is coming or deregulating existing risks. I think simplifying means improving the ability of rules to comply with the changing reality. And if the changing reality, we have changes such as the climate change, then we must have within the simplification some specific rules pertaining to that climate change, to that change.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Giulio, for first of all reminding us of the importance and the incidence of accidents at work, a clear call for specific regulation, including as part of the Quality Jobs Act, but also no data, no progress, and we need to invest in that. Okay, I want to dive a little bit deeper into some concrete examples of what can be done, but let's first see whether there are any two-hands interventions from the room. We'll also accept exceptionally one-hand interventions from the room. So if you have a question, a comment for clarification, something you agree or, more interestingly, disagree with any of the speakers so far, this is your chance. And if they're not, good, I like that, from the panel. And then to you, sir, yes. So Sebastian, please.
Yeah, maybe just a quick remark on why we focus so much on the legal aspects or on legislation. I think there are two reasons for that. First of all, we see, for example, in the area of heated work, where there's, in our opinion, not enough enforceable legislation, that we have accidents, we have health issues of many of our colleagues, and those numbers are increasing. And I think the second important thing is that, of course, legislation is our strongest sword to make or to enforce, in a way, the improvement of working conditions. Because if I'm a worker at a company and they don't do what is recommended in some technical guidelines or some best practices, I cannot hold it up and go to the administration or to the public sector and say my boss does not do that. We cannot do that only with proper legislation. I think that's what makes it so important for us to have that and to give our colleagues something they can take and go to their employer or to the public authorities with and say they have some infringements with this legal obligations and not only with technical guidelines or something like that.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian, for clarifying. There was a question here in the back, and then let's see if there is any issue that needs to be raised from the left-hand side of the room as well. And I see somebody waving. If you could briefly introduce yourself, please.
I introduced myself this morning, but Jan Pop, is it on?
No. The microphone, please, for the gentleman speaking. Microphone, thank you. Yeah, it's on. Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Jan Popma. I'm a researcher at the Free University of Amsterdam. I would have raised both my hands, but that would have been a sign of despair. But I think there is time for despair, particularly for the unwillingness of the employers to have a clear occupational exposure limit in heat. There is sufficient, and Andreas Floris told so this morning, there is sufficient evidence on the quality on how to assess the risk. And if the employers want risk assessments, they should have some benchmark to indicate whether or not a risk is permissible or not, or a situation is permissible or not. And that's also important to make things clear at the workplace. It is important to have a common field for all employers. And it also adds a third element to the two that Sebastian just said. I think the current duty of care is so imprecise that the workers will never achieve at filing a tort claim when there is sufficient or irreparable damage due to heat exposure. So also from the civil liability angle, there is a desperate need of a clear-cut occupational exposure limit in the case of heat.
Okay, thank you, Jan. And we'll ask Chris to respond to that in a moment, but there is a familiar face in the back who is also asking a question. Please, Sarah.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Sarah King. I work at the Secretariat of the Workers' Group in the European Economic and Social Committee. Yeah, you also, well, I don't actually have a question. It's more a remark, because you said we could actually just make a couple of remarks. And it was about the issue. I mean, it's linked to what Sebastian was saying actually about legislation. I mean, I think from a trade union perspective, I mean, we would like to be able to address a lot of these issues through collective bargaining. But clearly there are difficulties in doing this. And maybe Chris could, you know, maybe comment on this side of it. So in the absence of being able to, address these issues in the workplace or at a sectoral level through collective bargaining, where you could actually address very specific issues in the workplace, we do need the legislation. This is touching a little bit on what Louisa was saying, because, it's all very well to say, well, let's not focus on whether we need legislation or not. Let's look at the issue more broadly. But we see that there are these problems. And the issue of precarious workers came up earlier on. I work in an institution where it's very unlikely that somebody would die in the workplace because, we have very, very good protections. But, there are many, many workers out there, so we've been hearing, who are not in that situation. And then there's just one little thing I wanted to say, not to be so long. Chris, you mentioned the fact that, when in some employers, when they asked workers if they wanted to change their shift patterns, they actually said no, because there were, very practical problems in terms of, work-life balance and things like this. And you said that they were surprised, and this is part of the issue. Why were they surprised? I mean, very clearly that, this would be something that, well, from my perspective, would be quite obvious. So again, maybe if you can react on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. So, Chris, we have all the evidence, benchmarks, thresholds, and then legislation versus collective bargaining, if you want to comment on that.
Yeah. So as I said, just last week we had an expert meeting in Geneva on extreme weather events, and not just the employers, all three groups acknowledged that occupational exposure limits, the technical definition of occupational exposure limit, is not applicable for heat situations. Technically, it's not. This is about substances. So the experts agreed on that, all three groups. Yeah, were you there? I was there.
Well, yes.
Allow me.
You will get you will get the floor in 2 minutes, please.
What you're talking about? What you're talking about is indexes, like Günther said. Technically, they are not occupational exposure limits. Yeah, because. Yeah, but I mean, you want risk-based, evidence-based, and then you say if that's the level you want to discuss.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
So, and I will ask myself a question, because here it says spokesperson of the employers' interest group. That's my European hat. Now, Bart just asked me a question. What do you think now, Belgian Employers Federation, Chris de Meester, of our Belgian system that Günther explained? I think that is a very good and pragmatic approach to it, because Günther didn't use the word, but basically we have a system that has action values. These values, they trigger action. And we take into account the intensity of the work, the duration of the work, and the technical parameters, the temperature, humidity, wind speed. And we trigger action, like rearranging the work, the working rearrangements, work organization, work, all of that. So that is not an occupational exposure limit value, but is a value that triggers action. And it gives clarity. And a lot of young people in the room, but some of you might remember Herman Fonk from the trade union side, who was also the spokesperson for a long time for the workers group. We jointly agreed also, because the WBGT index can be a bit complicated, we jointly agreed, okay, we have a simplified version of that everyone can consult with a simple thermometer, humidity. You can look in the table and see where you are and whether you need to launch your action plan. So we jointly agreed on that, and I still fully support that. Okay. Unfortunately, I think at the European level, the discussion never arrived at that kind of approach. It was still a limit. And I think Greece, for example, really had a limit where work has to be stopped. That triggers a whole series of other problems. So I think our Belgian approach is still a very sensitive one. Okay. Then, with regards to, there was a couple of other questions.
Collective bargaining.
Yeah, collective bargaining. So we favor social dialogue, and collective bargaining is the most structured, organized form of social dialogue, but not per se, because there are millions small and medium-sized enterprises where collective bargaining, where it's more a direct dialogue. But for me, everything that is under the word social dialogue, all of that should be promoted and be used. As I said, the participatory approach, if you want to come to a good approach, is absolutely necessary. With regards to legislation, just simply pointing out the gaps. I think we have to revise some of what we identified as gaps, because what we also found out last week is Convention 155 of the ILO, the Occupational Safety and Health Convention, is now a core convention, a fundamental convention lifted into the framework of fundamental principles and rights at work. Very technical, but basically what it means is you don't need ratification anymore. All countries have to start living up to the content of that convention. And surprisingly, and everybody probably forgot it, that convention has some particular arrangements related to heat at work. So by definition, they are also now applicable in all our EU countries, and our member states have to be living up to those. So maybe we have to slightly revise our gap assessment. Yeah, I'll leave it. Well, maybe, if I may, the difficulty also from the employer's perspective, and there is another paradox. Workers are not just workers, they are also people that live somewhere. And you know, Eurofound, European Foundation of the Improving of Working and Living Conditions, you have reports, you can see how many people actually live in housing that has no climate arrangements. So maybe they come to work after a night of almost no sleep, because the in-house temperature was 27, 28, 30 degrees, and then they come to work. How do you want an employer to take that into account? Or they engage in a lot of other activities, preparing for the marathon. They're not going to postpone, even if the weather, even if our weatherman says no activity, they're all preparing. And often forgotten, the commuting. Some EU countries, like Belgium, we started to stimulate coming to work by bike. You get more money. So even during extreme heat waves, we see these people arriving exhausted before the start of the working day. So these, I'm not making excuses, but this is the particular difficulties. That is, for me, this part of the situational assessment. It's more than just health and safety. There is a little bit more to it, because that heat and the source of that heat, that is something we all live under.
Thank you, Chris. And the debate is getting heated. I like that. So, Andreas, you had a Andreas had a two-hands intervention. Then we're going to take it back to Louisa and then to Demi, please. Andreas.
One note, Chris. I disagree with you that all the experts agreed. Actually, I think that was the employers' assessment. Governments, employers, and ILO, governments, workers, and ILO did not agree on that statement about OELs. Number two, one thing I wanted to mention, and I'm happy to, first of all, I think it's wonderful that you're here, because it's great that we can discuss all this. Yeah. I fully agree with you about the Belgian legislation, and I think it's in my mind it's a state of the art, and we could just copy paste it at EU level. For me, that would be wonderful. I disagree also another point that you said. You said about actions in the WBGT, which is the case, but there's also a level beyond which work stops, and this is also part of the Belgian legislation. It's there. I'm not an employer in Belgium, so I cannot say whether that is enforced or not, but I have seen and I have read the legislation, and it's there. It's obviously action values, and as you go up, you have to take more measures. But there's a point beyond which work stops. Maybe it hasn't been reached in Belgium, which is absolutely fine, because Belgium is a northern country. But it's there, and I have seen it, and I have it in front of me here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Louisa, Louisa was...
Sorry. Can I actually come to my because I wanted to ask a question.
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Sorry,
I forgot. I wanted to make these two clarifications.
Go ahead. Yes, thank you, Andreas.
So my question to the panel is this, and it's like I said before, it's wonderful that we can be here to discuss these. If we are then, I think there is consensus, and there's consensus in one point that we need to do something. Okay, that was also clear in the opinion, that we need to do something. So my question to those who do not see that legislation is the something, if it is technical guidance, and technical guidance exists for hundreds of years, and the problem is rising, should we not change the approach? because technical guidance existed in 2000, and in the ILO report that was published a couple of years ago, we saw that there's a drastic increase in the problem in the last 20 years. But guidance was there. So obviously there's something wrong.
Okay, good. Very clear question, and I'm going to pass that on to begin with.
Sure.
To you.
Yeah,
Please,
no, with
Lisa.
pleasure. And I think it's important to focus on the fact that there is agreement that something needs to be done, and that includes also the employers. So I think that is important. So no one is saying that ignoring the issue is good. And that is a very good starting point. Yes, it doesn't happen on everything. And when you talk about guidance, I agree with you. If it is just guidance, it doesn't change anything. And that's also why I spoke about enforcement. It's also about, member states, countries doing the necessary with inspections. It's about tools for SMEs so that they know what to do. So it's not, I would say, a passive approach to enforcement, like, oh, here's guidance. And then let's hope someone will read the 300 pages that we've put somewhere. So I think it's a different approach. On legislation, again, I'm not, we have put it as a question in the Quality Jobs Act. So it's not that there is a refusal to do so. That's not at all the case. But if you look at the approach that is the European approach, there's also one thing that you know for sure will not happen, which is a maximum temperature in EU law. Because that would be against the entire system of putting it, except for the occupational limit values. On everything else, you have room and space for member states, and you have always minimum harmonization. So it would require completely changing the approach. And it cannot be, so you're for Greece, I take it, I'm from Portugal, right? I mean, 30 degrees, I'm still fine, yeah? My Finnish colleagues will not be the same. And this is not to minimize the issue, it's just to show that when we're looking across different realities, the level of detail becomes very different. And it doesn't mean that you don't need to have benchmarks on which to evaluate and compare. But they don't necessarily need to be in legislation to be able to be out there. First, we need to agree that they are there, that they are good, and then we need to see, are they enforced, are they not enforced? So clearly the decision is not taken in the European Commission, for sure. But I don't think that is realistic to expect that we would go to a level of detail that would give this direct enforceability that you were speaking for SMEs. But putting something that will show that the issue needs to be better addressed, I think it can be. But again, we don't start from zero. You have the workplace directive where you mention where outdoor temperatures are mentioned. You have the construction sites where it is there. You have the fisheries where it is there. So caution on saying there's a huge gap. So the picture is, the truth is somewhere, but it's not that there is nothing and that everything needs to be reinvented.
Okay. Thank you, Luisa. And I'm want to bring that question from Andreas also to the other panelists who want to respond to that, because I think it's a nicely provocative question. If doing something is not legislation, then what are we going to do? Because we cannot muddle through as we are doing now. So if any of the other panelists want to comment on that, that would be great. But before that, Demi had a two-hand intervention. And I think on the first row, Tonya also has a two-end intervention. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to our second round of questions on this side of the table, but that's okay. We're discussing the matters. Demi,
Yes,
please.
I have a very, very simple question. I'm not going to into the semantic questions, how to call things, whether we call it OELs or whether we call it trigger values. I'm fine with that. And I think it is also very difficult to have now the discussion about do we have enough or not enough legislation, how big is the gap. We are in this discussion. I would like to hear from, perhaps that Günther can explain to us if there is a limit in the Belgian law beyond which the work has to be stopped. So I'm not asking for the limit, how high this is, but whether you have such a limit that triggers this action.
That's a very precise question. Do you want to?
So the indicator for heat exposure for me normally, because I'm a chemical and biological agents expert, but I think Chris has a point that it's only for cold, so below a certain temperature, depending on the work, kind of work, so heavy intensity or low work intensity, there below a certain point temperature, work cannot be done.
Thank you very much, and sorry for putting you. So thank you very much for putting you in such a difficult situation. But with what you say, I take the liberty to conclude. But it is possible to have a limit that triggers an action beyond which work is not acceptable. I mean, you have already something for low temperatures, so I think we can copy this limit for higher temperatures too. I mean, if you follow this logic of thought of logic, and I also have a tip or what Luisa Cabral said made me think that yes, it may be difficult to have a European limit that triggered such an action. But perhaps you can have a European limit that can be filled in depending on the geography and the need. So a limit that triggers the action of stopping work because the conditions are so harsh. Thank you very much.
We'll let people chew on that question, and in the meanwhile we're going to listen to Tonya, who was really putting two hands up. So please.
I was invited to, I think. But thank you very much. It's been a really informative discussion. I just wanted to go back to that idea that there's no legislative gap and that it's a problem of enforcement. I wonder if it could be a problem of both simultaneously and that it links both to substantive standards and procedural standards. So, I mean, we're here on International Workers' Memorial Day, and the scientific evidence that was presented in one of the first keynote speeches made it very clear that we're dealing with excess deaths relating to extreme weather events or climate change. You can call it what you will. But it seems like a pressing concern, especially in the context of the consensus at the International Labour Organization, as Chris was saying, in relation to the right to safety and health at work being a fundamental right that should apply to everybody, absolutely everybody, regardless of their employment status. So if we're thinking about quality jobs, I wonder if you really need to reconsider what you regard as jobs, because the contemporary labour market, as we've seen today, suggests there are a whole range of vulnerable groups for whom they will never have the status as workers under occupational safety and health legislation. And what that means is that they don't get any access to the substantive standards or the procedural entitlements, for example, under works councils, as we were discussing earlier. So given that, couldn't we adopt, given this is an urgent situation, something that is closer to the Platform Work Directive, where you have a presumption of forms of employment, under the Platform Work Directive, you have certain algorithmic controls that apply to absolutely everybody. Surely you could have forms of protection at work that will apply to everybody now. And risk assessment, participation in risk assessment, that will apply to everybody, because that bridges that gap between where I think the legal gaps are, but also the enforcement gaps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Tonya. I want to, was it the two hands? Sort of, okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. I'll give you the floor back, but what I want to do is try to combine Tonya's question, which is actually a suggestion, with what Demi suggested. For example, the EU could ask or demand the member state to have limit values or limit value with regard to heat. What other concrete measures are already in place or could we think of with regard to protecting workers for extreme weather events? And so let me get back to, we all remember the floods in Valencia several months ago. After that, the Spanish government implemented a number of protective measures as part of its climate adaptation strategy. So are there any lessons to be drawn from that? Is this an example that can serve in Belgium, in Italy, in the UK, let's include the UK today, in other EU and other countries? What examples, what strategies are already out there which we can learn from and which will then also answer Chris's request for more concrete examples and learning of what is already in place? I don't know, Julia, would you like to start on that question? So following the floods in Valencia, a number of measures have been put in place. What can we learn from that for other countries? Which lessons can be drawn? Just very briefly, your comment on it, except if another speaker would like to start.
I will be very brief. It is clear that Spain has gone through a very dramatic event and Spain has put into place new rules, but there are not many new elements. They just adopted already existing measures. I think that some phenomena are not to be considered as exceptional. They are exceptional in terms of their impact, but they are structural events. In 2026 in Sicily, there were 2 hurricanes with villages being destroyed. There is just not 2025, but we had already this event this year. If we always think of intervening through exceptional means, we will not be able to solve it. It is clear that even in this case, we need prevention tools, preventive information being provided to workers, the possibility of workers to be absent in case of risks, and also measures to protect revenues. And I'm making reference to revenues of companies and of workers. There were some instrument being used during COVID times could be an option. Now they are being asked to possibly face the future energy crisis. Then I think that this kind of measures should be used in cases of exceptional circumstances, also climate events. Because in all these situations that we keep on considering as exceptional, while they are not, they are ordinary. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I will ask you the same question, Luisa. So after the floods in Spain, the climate leave has been introduced, right to be informed, and other measures to develop a more preventive and let's say, comprehensive approach to protect workers. Any lessons from that, and what can the EU do to support the member states in this respect, please?
Yeah. First, I mean, I agree with Julio when he's saying they are extreme events but not exceptional, unfortunately.
Yep.
I'm Portuguese and I know what happened this year in my country. So we know that it's a reality, that it's there. And what can the EU do? So in terms of preparedness, we are doing a lot, because it's more than even prevention, is to be prepared. We know already that this is happening, and that these extreme events happen more and more often, and that we need to be prepared, and that includes, of course, the work floors and the work floor and the role of social partners. We will have, we are preparing a summit, a social partner summit on preparedness. So I'm not saying that this is only on climate change or anything, but clearly that there is a role to play in terms of preparedness. In relation to what can the EU do relating to the Spanish legislation, we can offer exchange of best practices like we do often, like we did, for example, on psychosocial risks during the Belgian presidency, that the Belgium wanted to showcase what they have done in terms of legislation and have a peer review of legislation in other member states, so that they all learn and see what can be better for my country. Because again, the national legislation always goes deeper. It doesn't mean that the EU level doesn't act on psychosocial risks. It's also an area that we are looking under the Quality Jobs Act. What can we do better? So I think it's always a combination of allowing member states to learn from each other, to seeing what can we do at European level, where is this minimum standard or this additional tool that needs to be put at European level to make sure that we encourage progress throughout, and how to best to do it.
Okay. Günther, I'm going to pass it on to you, and then we continue the line here, and then we have a bit of time for final questions before we conclude. So, same question to you. We've had some innovative initiatives being taken in Spain, possibly also in other member states. You referred, Luisa, to the possibility of learning, peer review between countries with regard to legislation, but also with regard to other measures. So how can we develop a more preventive and comprehensive approach to workers' rights? Your final call on that. Günther.
Well, I think there is, of course, added value for preparedness and emergency plans. So no question about that. Also, for instance, the early warning signs systems inside the gig. I think even some are thinking about those systems should be personalized messages on cell phones, even per worker. So I think that's also an avenue we can talk about. But also, I think there should be something that we should also address, is the cooperation between authorities. That's necessary, and that's not often talked about. So you have of course the public health, but also and their own ministry and their own legislation, but sometimes there is a crossover, and then it gets complex. What is public health? What is occupational health? Also for farmers, the Ministry of Agriculture, also the environmental substances that are also polluting, and actually that workers are also exposed to, that also contribute to workers being exposed to different dangers and different hazards. And this complexity is even more actually problematic in federal states, as in Belgium, where you also have different entities in the gewesten. And so I think in the different regions. And so I think cooperation also between authorities is a thing we have to tackle. For instance, I see that now for vector-borne diseases, where we have a lot of talk about One Health, but the thing that's almost always left out is occupational health. There are a lot of experts in One Health talking about vector-borne diseases. For instance, avian flu, now West Nile virus, but those experts are public health experts, those are veterinarians, but never there is an occupational health physician in that expert group talking about. And I think that's very necessary that we also get occupational health in that One Health story. And then very specific maybe, but also some other parts must be, I think, mentioned, and that's, for instance, when some area floods, like we also had in the Vester, afterwards the companies and the buildings are very moldy, and also can actually expose workers to mycotoxins, so toxins produced by molds. Also vector-borne diseases, like we talked about earlier. So you have you have also a crossover with other teams, so biological agents, chemical agents, and this all, and so we all have to talk about that complexity and make that workable, and also put that in a risk assessment. And I acknowledge that's difficult for employers, but yeah, that's also the reality, and it has to be done.
Okay, thank you very much, Günther. Chris, same question to you.
Yeah. So yeah, the Valencia example, what I do recall is that we were actually very surprised that what they're doing now, that they did not do that before. I think the example was even mentioned last week. There was basically zero maintenance. Only when things fell apart, they would do maintenance. So I'm not saying now that okay, they have a new approach, but basically I think what is needed is we need cross-sector collaboration, and with sector I mean different parts of society. Günther mentioned meteo and early warning. The good thing I think last week is the experts also agreed that early warning should be put in place, and they have to be effective in reaching both employers and workers. At some point the governments were suggesting the employer has to monitor the systems. So that means an SME has to listen to radio channels all day long. And we said, no. Governments, you have to make sure that the early warning reaches the employer and the workers in order for them to take appropriate action. We need collaboration, or we need to look also at infrastructure planning, the stability of the infrastructure, especially when it comes to wind and water, I think, extremely important, but also the maintenance. We have to step away from post-accident maintenance. We have to go towards predictive and preventive maintenance. Okay, that costs money, but again, better planning, thinking ahead, use of materials that are lower in cost to maintain, etc. Water management as such, and this is then about urban and industrial planning. If we still see that governments allow the construction of houses and the construction of industry zones in areas that are basically flooding areas, then you call disaster upon yourself, because you know one day that area will get flooded. So this is also about governance, and in some countries this is about combating corruption, because often it's about money. We need to look at utilities, that is, make sure that whatever happens, and maybe it's part of emergency planning preparedness, utilities, that people after a whatever disaster still have access to water, drinkable water, that they have access to electricity, etc. So utilities, and also public health, because as I said, the worker is not just a worker. The heat wave conditions, they still apply when they go home. So this is about housing policies, but also about general health condition. We know the poorer your health condition, the bigger or the faster the impact of deteriorating weather conditions. And this is not about mainstreaming occupational safety and health into all these areas. This is about actually all these public sectors collaborating and having a holistic and coherent vision and not sitting in their silos. Yeah. So basically, I think that's my key answer. There was that. I don't know if I still have time to react on the vulnerability and the employment status. No,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Maybe
in the final round.
Discussion.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please, Sebastian.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to raise 2 points in reaction to what just has been said, and then maybe go in the direction of what your question is aiming at. So first of all, basically everything what you just described, Chris, with regards to what the public sector should provide with regard to better planning, investing now, having costs, thinking ahead and not waiting for disaster is basically everything that we would like the employers to do with regard to OSH and prevention there. And I think maybe that's also a good place to adapt those principles. And then the second thing is an early warning system is, of course, an important first step when it comes to OSH and protection against heat, but an early warning system does not help if then an employer still does send out people at 45 degrees without proper protection. So it's the first step of a set of steps that has to be enforceable, I think. And thirdly, I would not be so happy with putting too much of what we discuss at the OSH level or in our OSH circles to public health, because public health tends much more than OSH already does to individualize risk and to individualize also prevention. And public health is not as good as OSH in having organizational and especially technical measures, and that's why I would prefer to keep OSH at the OSH level, to also follow the hierarchy of measures and not to individualize what we are facing now. And just one point with regard to your question, Bart. I don't have the answer on which specific content we should look at, but I have a good hinge or idea on where to look. And for that, it's interesting to take again a look at technical guidance. Why is technical guidance so powerful or so important? And I now take the example from Germany. There are 2 reasons for that. First of all, it's so powerful because all relevant actors, and it's especially employers and workers, sit at the table when developing it. And the second is it provides legal certainty to those applying the technical guidance, and that it supports legislation, because if I follow those technical guidances, I can be sure that I fulfill my obligation. And this is why we, as a first step, need legislation. And also, when it comes to SMEs that have been mentioned, we know that they don't have the resources as large industrial companies do have for OSH especially, and what they need is practicality and legal certainty, and this is both provided then if all the actors sit at the table. That's the practical side, and also the legal certainty. They know if they follow those very applicable rules, they can be sure. And I think that's something extremely valuable also for lawmakers, and that's also something that, for example, the advisory committee provides, because there we all sit at the table, and if especially employers and workers agree on something, I think lawmakers can assume that this is also practical and going in the right direction. But this, I think, only works if lawmaking is surely at the end of that, and not not the outcome is deregulation, and there's no proper enforcement of also coming to a conclusion that really goes in that direction.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Now, I'm beginning to run an occupational health and safety hazard myself here. I've been sitting down since 9 a.m. So at this stage, I need to stand up and start stretching my legs a bit. And I know that all of you, including our amazing panelists, also want to leave this room in about 10 minutes. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I just first want to say that it doesn't happen very often that we have governments, both sides of industry, the European Commission, the EU social partners at one and a single table. And I really want to thank the panelists here, because I found the discussion really very honest, very clear, agreement, disagreement. And so thank you, Sebastian, Chris, Günther, Luisa, and Giulio, for an amazing job. Thank you. Well done. Yes. Since it's the end of a long day, and since I'm a little bit tired, I'm not going to try to conclude. I'm going to make you work a little bit in the few minutes that we have left. So I've discreetly asked a few people in the room to share with us one key message that they would like to take home at the end of this day. To tell, I don't know, their partner or their kids or their employer, very briefly, what are you taking home at the end of this day? Can be personal, can be, I don't know, data, something political you wanna share. So just one very brief message. I want to just share myself that there were so many things, of course. It's the problem of having to be very selective. In the opening panel, we had some very personal stories. We're not just talking here about statistics. We're talking about men and women who don't come home anymore after work there, or who go home and then die because of what they have experienced at the workplace. So that is, I think, something, especially on this commemoration day, something really to be remembered. And that's what I will take home and share with my kids. Now, I think Michael, who is, as you remember from this morning, from Stanford University. I want to ask you to briefly, if there is another microphone, because I would like to hang on to this one if possible. No, there's not. Okay. There is. Yes, this is my mic. So, Michael, you're traveling back to, I don't know, the United States, I suppose, or Canada. What is a message that you want to take home, please? Very briefly.
Sure. So, first of all, thank you so much. It's been a lovely day today. It was truly excellent. I have 3 brief takeaways, if I might. I'm sorry, I'll be very, very, very tight. The first is just the importance of comparative exchange. I think that, I spoke about the Canadian example. We heard a lot from different jurisdictions in Europe. We heard from people of different professional backgrounds, scientists, academics, labor organizers, lawyers. Like this is so important, and this is where we build sustainable change in my mind. The second is just the everlasting need to listen to worker voice, and that's not a critique of any union in particular. Some unions do it better than others, but I think that we've heard riveting stories about the need to protect pregnant women and farm workers, et cetera, and then it's important to never forget, why a lot of us do what we do. And then finally, just the opportunity for unions to go on the offensive. I think we've largely heard today that, this side of the room has the scientific case made out for it, as well as, I would dare to say, the moral case, as well as the economic case. And so I think that we have the wind at our backs, so we should push forward. So there's my 3.
Okay, thank you so much, Michael. Very helpful. Now you can pass on. Okay. Dominique already has a mic. Maybe you can pass it on to Larissa, who is sitting 2 rows behind Michael. Larissa, I believe you're working in Hamburg University as a researcher. So please, your key message from the day.
Yeah, thank you so much for this really excellent conference. I think my key message from listening to a lot of presentations about the conditions in different sectors is that in addition to very specific legislation on heat, there are a lot of universal rights that need to be enforced for a just transition. I think we've heard about a range of them, such as rights to take breaks, rights to reduce working time, rights to refuse work, rights to income protection, rights to freedom of movement, rights to participation and bargain, rights to whistleblow, and rights to strike to enforce these rights. And I think these are some really key demands of the trade union movement that, we've heard that are really essential for protecting the most vulnerable workers in particular.
Okay. Vielen Dank. Thank you, Lisa. Now we move to the other side of the room, because I don't want to always give the floor to the left, of course. Now, we've heard Andreas already a few times before, but we were hoping to hear you once more. You're a regular visitor of our events. Is there anything new you've learned today, I wonder?
Yeah, thank you first of all for having me as a regular guest. Yes, I have to say, For me, it has been the first time that it has been such a inclusive meeting. I congratulate the organizers. I have never been in such an inclusive event before. At least that's how I felt. Others have tried, but I think this one is so far the best one. What I will take away and bring back to my 14-year-old son is that we're not there yet, but almost. I think there's consensus in something needs to happen. It was great to have so brilliant people in the room and discuss. Of course, there's disagreement, but I think we will find the solution. Hopefully, we owe it to the next generation.
Okay, thanks for that optimistic note. Now, in the back of the room here, very discreet, is Pierre. Dominique, you remember Pierre? Pierre is a former researcher at the ETUI. Then, unfortunately, he moved to EU OSHA. But I hear that you're doing great there. So, Pierre, is there a message that you're going to take back to, where are you guys? Bilbao, I guess.
Yes.
All right,
so to EUSHA, I will bring back a lot of ideas. I think the ETUI has been very successful in creating a unique discussion space, bringing together experts from academia, leading experts, and also social partners. So for us, it's very useful on two regards. First, to gather insight from research, so we can make our own research that meaningfully adds to the evidence base, that address the gaps in data needs and knowledge, and also to design research that address the workplace realities and the needs of social partners on both sides. So for us, it's very useful to be here. Thank you again.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Pierre. Good to have you. And even people who leave the ETUI are still welcome at our events, I confirm. So, Tonia, we've heard you a few times today, and Tonia is from the University of Bristol. We would like to have your 1 minute takeaway message, and then I pass it on to Demi Toyodori, who's our head of unit, to say the final words and send us all home. But please, Tonia.
I just wanted to say how grateful I am to be here today as somebody who's actually based in the UK and suffering the after effects of Brexit. I suppose it's fairly cheeky of me to suggest what EU policy should be in that context. But on the other hand, I think I've learned a tremendous amount from the various presentations today and this political dialogue at the end. So I wanted to echo what Michael said about the value of comparative engagement and reflection. And there's a lot that I've learned today which I'm going to take back with me. I hope that's encouraging for you all. Anyway, thank you.
That is very encouraging. Thank you very much, Sonia. Now, I don't like to give the final word to anyone, but in this case, I'll make an exception. I know you like the final word. This is Demi Toyodora, and together with Marwan and other colleagues in Unit 3, you guys have organized an amazing event, so you deserve the final word.
Yes, and you took the final words out of my mouth, because that was exactly what I was going to say, that there is actually a few names that need to be mentioned. Marwan Labas. You are here because he had this great, wonderful idea, and then he met Nacho, and Nacho gave a pass, and then we had, we are here. So, and then our admin supports Dominique, Maria Nikolova at the back, and Soraya, and of course Bart, and every one of you. So please go home and enjoy the nice weather outside. I hope there is nice. Is it nice weather outside?
It was at least 1 hour ago.
What? Oh my God! I always forget it because we made them invisible. Sorry, interpreters. No, I'm very sorry. Yes, of course. So have a very good afternoon. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.